Good evening, Cerritos residents and members of our community. I would like to call to order the Monday, May 11th, 2026, 7 p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. Tonight's meeting and future publicly noticed City Council meetings will be conducted in a hybrid format, providing both in-person and teleconference public participation options. Remote participants who wish to provide public comments must join the meeting through the Zoom application and not on the web browser, or you may call into the meeting. Additional instructions for public participation are listed on tonight's meeting agenda. The invocation will be given tonight by Rory Corrigan of Church in Cerritos, and the pledge will be led by students of Nixon Elementary School. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Corrigan.
Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance over this meeting and for wisdom, integrity, and unity among our city leaders. Help them make the decisions that serve the good of the entire community with fairness and compassion. We ask you to please bless our city with peace, safety, and strength, and preside over this meeting tonight. Amen. Amen.
May we have the students from Nixon Academy please come up?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice to all. You now may be seated.
Thank you. And will Nixon Academy please introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Ethan Roman.
Ethan, thank you.
Hi, I'm Noraline.
Norlin, thank you.
My name is Gwen.
Hi.
My name is Harper Costello.
Thank you, Harper.
And my name's Joshua Roman.
Joshua.
And we have this gift for you that your representative put on your desk.
Thank you. We've all received it. Thank you very much. Anne, the teacher?
I'm Amy Bostow, Secretary 3 of Nixon Academy.
And good evening. My name is Kelly Webb, the Assistant Principal at Nixon Academy.
Very good. Thank you, Nixon, for joining us, and thank you to Pastor Rory Corrigan.
Thank you for having us.
Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present?
Council and Agency Member Yokoyama.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Polito.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Johnson.
Present.
And the roll call is complete with five members present.
Right. The next item we have before us is item 5A for presentations. At this time, City Manager says there are no presentations for this evening. Next is 5B, informational report on the June 2 statewide primary. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This evening, we're pleased to introduce a special guest. I'll defer to City Clerk Cindy Nava to introduce our guest this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we are pleased to introduce Mr. Adrian Avalar of the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk's Policy and Program Compliance Division, who will provide information regarding the county's administration of the June 2, 2026 statewide primary election. This presentation will include information on voter services, voting options, and important deadlines and resources available to voters for the upcoming election. We appreciate our continued partnership with the county and thank Mr. Avalar for being here tonight. I will now turn the presentation over to Mr. Avalar.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Adrian Avalar from the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk's Office. And it's my pleasure to be here to provide you an update on the upcoming June 2nd statewide primary election. Turn the next slide, please. One more. So the LA County conducts elections under the California Voters' Choice Act. This includes features such as vote by mail that's sent to all registered voters, vote center, these are your in-person voting locations where any voter in the county can vote, ballot drop boxes that are secure and available in convenient locations throughout the county, conditional voter registration. This is a service that allows voters to register and participate during the voting period. And then this format for elections applies to all types of elections administered by the county. So this includes local, consolidated, countywide, and special elections. All registered voters in LA County will receive a vote by mail ballot. That mailing has already concluded, and we are responding to individual requests for replacements, as well as continuing to send ballots to anyone who's registered to vote since the initial mailing. That mailing was completed within 29 days before the election. Voters have 3 convenient options for returning those ballots. They can return via postage-paid return envelope via the USPS. They can drop it in any one of our secure ballot drop box locations. There's actually one here on the Civic Center Plaza, which we're really appreciative for. And then also they can drop it off at any of our vote centers that are open. Vote by mail is the most popular method of voting across LA County as well as here in the city of Cerritos. There is a convenient ballot drop box locator tool on our website. It's already available. Voters can use this to find locations and the hours of availability. Most of the ballot drop boxes in LA County are available 24 hours. And voters also received a postcard in the mail on their vote by mail ballot, letting them know of the 3 closest drop box locations. And then this interactive map allows them to also get directions to that location. So we get a lot of questions about what the process is for us when a voter casts their ballot by mail and what that process looks like for us in terms of validating and counting those ballots. So you'll see on the slide, there's 3 methods like we just discussed: the post office, ballot drop boxes, and vote centers. Those all make their way back to the ballot processing center in the City of Industry. This is a state-of-the-art secure facility where we handle and process all of our ballots. Once we receive those, they'll be organized and sorted, and then the ballot validation will happen. We will compare the signature on the return envelope to the signature on the voter's record. Once we complete that, ballots will be extracted and sent to tally. Any ballots received prior to Election Day, we will do our best effort to process and include those in the 8 p.m. count. And then with California state law, voters can return their ballots through Election Day. Postmarked by Election Day, we can receive it and process it if it's received within 7 days. So next, for in-person voting, like I mentioned before, voters can vote at any location in the county. Now, you still have to vote within your county. Cerritos is a gateway city. We do see sometimes confusion with how voters coming from Orange County into an LA County vote center. You just have to be sure it's your county. There, voters can vote, drop off those vote by mail ballots that they've completed at home, and then also get assistance and voting material in multiple languages. LA County is the most diverse election jurisdiction in the country. Cerritos is a very diverse community within that, and we support multiple languages at our vote centers. And then voters can also register to vote and update their voter registration. This could be address changes, name changes in the case you got married, for example, or any other changes. You can make those updates to your record at the vote center. LA County offers a pretty unique program. This is our mobile vote centers program. We have 5 mobile vote centers that go throughout the county. We partner with locations and cities, just other organizations to find high traffic events where we can offer voting services. We also have our Flex Vote Center program. This is going to be a unique program specifically targeting those hard to reach communities that may not be best served by the vote center model. This includes geographically isolated voters, voters with disabilities, seniors, people experiencing homelessness. We partner with different community groups to identify those opportunities and come to those areas. So if any of you know of a senior center, for example, or some other group that meets this criteria, we encourage you to reach out to us, and we can send a Flex Vote Center. Next slide. We also have our Vote Center Locator tool that's live on our website. Similar to the Dropbox, you can use this to find convenient locations near you. A Vote Center postcard was sent to all registered voters, letting them know of the 3 closest locations. One of the most important features with this is the wait time feature. So you can see in real time how busy a location is. So we encourage voters to check the wait time so that if they do choose a busier location, they know that going in, or they can find a location that doesn't have a long wait. All right, so now we'll take a more closer look at the vote centers in and around the city of Cerritos. So here you'll see the city map as well as the vote centers, and then we also included the surrounding areas. Like I mentioned earlier, Cerritos is a gateway city, so Orange County vote centers are kind of southeast of us, but you'll see the coverage within the city of Cerritos and the surrounding areas, and then there's a list, next slide, of vote centers you'll see will be at ABC Unified School District headquarters, Liberty Park, Artesia Library, and then there's some other vote centers in the surrounding areas like Lakewood Youth Center. You'll see some churches. We rely on local partners for these vote centers, so it's really important that we're able to connect with different partners such as cities, school districts, et cetera, to get these locations. Given that we have vote centers now that are open for multiple days, the demand is a little more significant than just asking for a one-day vote center. So we start this process as early as 6 to 9 months in advance of an election to make sure that we can find really convenient locations for our voters. And then here you'll see the extended list, and you'll see the coverage. We do have quite a few vote centers for this election. Next is those ballot drop boxes. You'll see the map and the coverage as well. The California Voters' Choice Act requires that we take into account 14 different criteria for placing vote centers and ballot drop boxes, and these allow us to have good coverage and place them in areas that are convenient and accessible to our voters. Next slide. And then here you'll see that list of those locations: Cerritos Park East, Cerritos Civic Center Plaza, Cerritos College, Alondra Library, and then you'll see some other libraries in the surrounding areas and other locations. Now for the more high-level view of the election. So that mailing of ballots began on April 30th and has been completed. We have 645 vote centers for this election. Most voters do vote at the locations closest to them, but people can choose to vote at a location where they go to school, for example, close to work. We have 424 ballot drop boxes for this election, and then we've recruited, and we're in the process of finishing training, between 10,000 and 12,000 election workers. We recruit election workers from the community. We recruit election workers from our school partners. So I think we have over 2,000 high school election workers for this election, and then the LA County workforce makes up the rest of that workforce. I mentioned before language assistance. LA County supports voters in English and 23 additional languages. You'll see the list there. These languages are driven by census data as well as some additional analysis. We recently added 5 new languages per the Secretary of State last December to bring us up to 23 now. The new ones are Hmong, Lao, Nepali, Punjabi, and Urdu. We offer printed materials and printed ballots in those first 18 languages, and given the new languages, we're offering oral assistance at vote centers. So if anyone requires assistance in these languages, we can get them that access at a vote center. And then we're working on incorporating those 5 new languages into our voting solutions for all people system so that we can support them with a full in-language experience. I'll just end with just some encouragement for people who haven't yet voted to vote early. We get a lot of questions about when my ballot gets counted. If you vote early, your ballot will be in the first count. We also encourage people who plan on voting in person to vote early. There are no lines. It's a much better experience if you vote that first weekend. Election day is always busy. We know folks like to wait until that Tuesday. People enjoy that community feeling, but it does mean we may have lines. So we just encourage people to vote early. We also know there's been a lot of discussion around the USPS, interruption of services, and the best way to kind of make sure your ballot gets counted is to cast it early. We do have ballot tracks in LA County. This is provided through the California Secretary of State's office. This sends voters updates about when their ballot was received, when it was processed, so they have that assurance that their ballot was counted. And just some contacts and resources for you all to have. Like I mentioned before, mobile voting is a big one that we're really proud of, and we are always looking for partners. So, for example, if the Cerritos Senior Center has an event where they want us to come out, that's a great place for us to partner and provide those targeted services. And then any other events, outreach, we also have our meeting communications if anyone has questions. So that's it for me. Thank you for your time. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Adrian. Do any of my council colleagues have questions at this time? Go ahead, Ms. Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Do you assign one staff will monitor during the voting time at voting booth area?
Yeah, so our staffing model, we have a vote center lead and an assistant lead. Those are going to be LA County employees. I'm proud to report that we've had quite a few people come back and continue to serve. So now we have a really strong core of county election workers that serve as our lead and assistant leads. They monitor the vote center. They make sure everything's running smoothly. They monitor the voting area to also make sure that people are assisted. They're also trained in terms of getting people access to their ballot in language if needed. And then we also have a team of troubleshooters that roam throughout the county, and they're available to respond to any disruptions or issues.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you so much, Adrian, for your presentation. We thank the County Registrar's Office for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. At this time, I'd like to open public comments for item 5B. Remote participants requesting to speak on item 5B, please use the Zoom raise your hand feature now, or if joining by phone, press *9. Please wait for the city clerk to call your name or other ID. Public comments on each item will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker, after which the microphone will be automatically muted. In-person speakers will be called on first. Do we have any in-person speakers on this item, only item 5B? Seeing none, City Clerk?
And Mayor, we have no remote participants requesting to speak at this time.
Okay. Do we have any written comments for this item?
No written comments received for this item. Thank you, Mayor.
Then thank you. Thank you very much. 5C, Advisory Board Appointments. Next item, City Manager, do we have a report on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. For this item, I'd like to also defer to City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you is consideration of City Council nominations for resident appointment for service on the city's advisory boards. There are now 2 vacant positions, only one of which an appointment can be made this evening to fill, which is on the Parks and Recreation Commission. The other open seat recently vacated is on the Economic Development Commission. Due to legal noticing requirements, an appointment to fill that vacancy may be made at a publicly noticed council meeting on or before May 20th. It is now recommended the City Council open public comment on this item and nominate an individual from the eligible pool of applicants to serve for the remainder of this term through April 30th, 2027 for the vacant Parks and Recreation Commission seat in accordance with city and state requirements. Should the appointee be in attendance after the nomination and City Council approval, I will administer the oath of office. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
Thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any questions from the council? Okay, I will now open for public comments on item 5C only. Remote participants requesting to speak on item 5C, please use the Zoom raise hand feature now, or if joining by phone, press *9. Please wait for the city clerk to call your name or other ID. Are there any speakers on this item here that would like to make in-person comments? Seeing none, City Clerk?
And Mayor, we have no remote participants requesting to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I'll close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any nominations for appointment this evening?
I do, sir, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I want to thank you to all committee members who applied for the Park and Recreation Commission position. I sincerely appreciate your willingness to serve our Cerritos. I am pleased to appoint Mr. John Hartman, who's sitting all the way to the back with the parents here, to the commission based on his lifelong involvement in our community and his experience with the Cerritos Park and Recreation Program. John is longtime Cerritos resident and former city employee and the youth basketball coach. He brings a valuable experience and strong commitment to serve our community. So today, I would like to recognize Mr. Hartman to be our Park Recreation Committee, and I'd like to my colleague to vote for that.
I second that.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Hartman. Would you like to take his oath today?
Can we, if we can? Thank you, Mayor.
If the parents would like to come down into the lower area, please feel free to.
And if you would please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name.
I, John Hartman,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Right over here. Ready on 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Couple more, please. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Did the family want to take a photo?
We'll take picture for you too.
Yeah, sure.
All right, everybody, take a few on 3, please. Here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Couple more, please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. The next item on the agenda is item number 6. City Clerk, will you please provide additional information regarding item 6, public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Remote participants, as a friendly reminder, if requesting to speak during this item, you must be logged in to Zoom through the Zoom application and not from a web browser. Remote participants requesting to speak on item 6, please use the Zoom raise hand feature now, or if joining by phone, press *9. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted by the deadline for item 6. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours. The time is now 7:23 p.m., and item 6 public comments will end at approximately 8:08 p.m. If necessary, to allow remote participants an equal opportunity to speak at the halfway mark of the 45-minute time limit for item 6 public comments, I will inform the City Council and attendees it is the appropriate time to transition from in-person comments to the call of remote public speakers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now open the item for item 6 for public comments. And the first person we have is Mike. It just says Mike. There's no last name. Okay, come on up. After that, we will have Robert Chevelle. Good evening.
Robert Lopez, you've been served. Drew Snyder, you've been served. City of Cerritos, you've been served. And on behalf of the City of Cerritos, will City Clerk, Ms. Nava, come down and get. And Ryan Carey, you've been served. Thank you.
Is that the end of your public comments? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chevelle, after Mr. Chevelle, we will have David Pileman.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, fellow residents. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk about the golf course. This is item 7D, on the consent calendar. I've also sent a letter to the city clerk with full details. As you know, this concerns a 2023 gas pipeline leak on the golf course. The golf course was mentioned during the resident budget task force meetings. We were told that the city could save $60,000 per year if the course were closed 1 day per week. That naturally got me curious as a golfer and as a resident of Cerritos regarding the finances of the golf course. So I looked at the city's actual reported numbers, the revenue and the expenses for the past 11 years. Those are publicly available, as you know. And I was surprised and disappointed to see that the golf course is losing a lot of money every year. This was not merely during COVID or during the time that the pipeline leak closed the course. For example, in 2021, the course lost $161,000, and in 2022, it lost $497,000, and this ignores the cost of any capital improvements over the time period. The course should instead be making money for the city. It's a beautiful city asset, and it should be used to benefit the residents of the city by at least covering costs, and ideally to generate profits that can be used for vital city services. I'd like to commend our new mayor for the first line of her first mayoral letter that came out on the 1st of May. It read, quote, "One of the most important responsibilities of the Cerritos City Council and city staff is to ensure we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars," close quote. That applies not merely to council and staff, but also to your average concerned citizen of Cerritos, which is why I'm here tonight. To repeat, the golf course should not be losing money. Today's an age of specialization. There are companies that specialize in the maintenance and operation of golf courses. For example, American Golf, which does so for the 5 courses in Long Beach. I talked with one of those companies today at length, and they are happy to discuss managing the maintenance and operation of the Cerritos Golf Course, either right away or after the request for proposals, RFP. To be clear, they will pay the city for the privilege of managing the course. The city could be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars per year instead of losing hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. I'm happy to discuss this further or otherwise assist with this. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chevelle. Mr. David Pileman, and then after Mr. Pileman is Samar Malouf.
David Pileman, 7842 Sun Valley Way. When I began to speak at the last council meeting, I said that I had some comments prepared for that night, but in light of Mayor Johnson's comments on modifying the standard agenda sequence, I thought that I made a compliment at that time. But later in the meeting, I think we observed several additional changes that had been made, some which may not have been clear to her fellow council members. Let me start by indicating that I would like to see us and the public get our 5 minutes back. For those of us who have been watching the debates for the LA mayoral and governor races, we have observed the candidates fail to follow time constraints. I do not believe most of us who regularly comment here demonstrate the same questionable lingering at the microphone. I know personally I must modify the topics that I want to address, as I know I cannot paint a complete picture in words in 3 minutes. Sometimes comments from the public are a tool for you to know what the tenor of the community is. Automatically shutting the microphone off when the timer elapses, when the speaker may be in their last phrase, does not show you value your constituents. It seems disrespectful to run the timer when council members are speaking. I appreciate that in the past, Mrs. Johnson regularly prepared her comments on a subject. Where possible, this would be a suggestion to other council members, which might make their comments more concise. But having said that, I feel council persons should not be constrained in voicing their opinions on a topic. So this new policy was obviously unclear to 2 of the council members who had harsh words toward each other near the end of the live session. Unfortunately, this confrontation continued after the meeting concluded, away from the dais, after the television feed had ended. Unfortunately, This is in strong contrast to the end of the term comments the former mayor made, inferring that there was cordiality among the 5 council members. In addition, I would respectfully ask that we pull 7C from the consent calendar for a staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pileman. And our next speaker is Samar Malouf.
Good evening. I don't know what to say. This is a zillion times I'm here in front of everybody. It's regarding the speed on our streets and the killing of cats. We had a speedometer 2 days before, they removed the speedometer. 2 days later, they killed a cat by speeding 55 miles per hour on 25 miles on Pine Creek. So I spoke to the fire department regarding the humps, and they said we have no problem. So I don't know what's the problem with the city and Cerritos not putting humps on our streets. Canyon Creek, Pine Creek, and Indian Creek. This is very important. All the cats are TNR. TNR, my daughter, she does it. And we feed them, they have names. And it's not right for them to die. So I said, I'm not gonna cry. But we are tired of this. We are tired. I spoke to Frank Yokoyama, he was responding right away. So I don't know what happened. We need speedometer back, and we need humps as soon as possible. I live in Cerritos for years, and we're not protected. Everybody's talking about safety. We don't have safety. It's not right. And we have in Cerritos, on houses close to Alondra, they are all infested of rats and mice. And they tell me, because I am the Captain Block of Captain Block, whatever it is. But they tell me that they are infested, and these cats, it's not like, we want the cats to eat the rats and mice. I feed them. I pay for their food. We pay for their spaying and neutering. My daughter, she's a vet, and she does it because we have names. We are sponsoring them. So they breathe, they eat, they are like us. So this is not right. So I don't know what to do next. I know very sure, I'm sure that you didn't see my face for a long time because we have a speedometer and some people are abiding. But last week they removed it and it's back. And I tell them to slow down, they flip me. So this is not right. So what you're gonna do for me?
Ms. Malouf, this is a time for public comments.
Yeah, I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, and I know, and council is not able to respond, but if you're done, I will direct the city manager to have staff either call you or meet with you.
As they told me many times, nobody called.
Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Robert, if you can please direct appropriate staff to meet or call Ms. Malouf. Thank you for coming. Do we have any other speakers here tonight? All right. Do we have, City Clerk, any remote participants requesting to speak?
None at this time, Mayor. Oh, I apologize. Speaker Curate, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. As you know, May is AANHPI, which is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific American, and it's also Jewish Heritage Month. As a former educator, cultural recognition is very important to me. And as a resident, we have a very diverse set of people who live in our city. So it's important that we celebrate together, work together, and please, can you let us know what activities are being planned by the city and or the library to celebrate these two cultures? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. Robert, can we please direct staff to look into how we are, or can you please explain, how are we doing outreach to the community?
Yes, thank you. We have a few ways in which we're acknowledging those cultural historical events. We do plan to the City Council to make some recognitions later this month. And I'm going to ask if Annie Hilton, our Director of Community Cultural Services, can advise on programs that are specifically going on in the community in celebration of those cultural recognitions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lopez. In celebration of the the name has changed, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the Cerritos Library has a number of programs planned in May, and we have some author programs and other activities, and I would encourage everyone to go to the library's website, which is at library.cerritos.gov. And on the right side, we have links to the activity calendar, and we have all of the activities listed there that are coming up within this month. Our librarians have planned some nice activities in acknowledgement of this special month.
Thank you, Annie. City Clerk, do we have any other remote speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we have no remaining remote participants requesting to speak.
Okay, and if we do not have any, do we have any other public speakers to speak on tonight's item? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close public comments. The next item is the consent calendar. There is a request to pull item 7C. Do we have a motion for this item?
I make a motion to pull 7C.
Your motion is to pull 7C and
from the consent calendar for discussion.
Okay, and would you like to make a motion to approve the rest of the consent items?
Yes, and I will approve, make a motion to approve the rest of the consent
Second.
items.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And can we please have a report on item 7C?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 7C is requesting City Council approval of a design that has been attached to the agenda report. This is for improvements to the intersection of Del Amo Boulevard and Claretta Avenue, which include the completion of a crosswalk, as well as the installation of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, design element intended to improve pedestrian safety at the crossing near the adjacent middle school. Staff is available to answer specific questions, but the recommendation is to approve the design. The city has already entered into an agreement with the City of Lakewood for construction of this amenity, as it does cross a shared border between Cerritos and Lakewood, and the city would pay its proportionate share.
Thank you. And do we have any questions from my council colleagues on item 7C? Okay, seeing none, do we have any speakers on item 7C? Mr. Pileman. Please state your name for the record.
David Pileman. So again, I read the staff report thoroughly, I thought. Robert added a couple of things here, or Mr. Lopez added a couple of things here that were part of my questions. But let me just give 4 questions, and someone can or not respond to them. Will the light actually, where will the light actually reside? Is it in the center median? Will it operate 24 hours a day or only during school hours? Is this, and my most important question here, is this consistent with the Del Amo reconfiguration project? In other words, will this be temporary or will this be permanent? And then what effect does this have on crossing guard operations? So if anybody would like to have answers to those questions, you feel free to ask the city engineer. Thank you.
Yes, City Manager, do we have a response for Mr. Pileman's questions?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to defer to members of our Public Works team. We have Chris Kubert, our Acting Director of Public Works, and also Jared Lee, who's the oversees our engineering team, to help address those questions. They relate to location, the timing in which the flashing signal ability will be operational, and whether this is temporary or part of a long-term project. So,
and the crossing guards.
and crossing guards.
Thank you, Mayor and Robert, for the question. The rapid flashing beacons will be located at Del Amo and Claretta. They will be operated when a pedestrian hits the pedestrian signal, and they will flash while the pedestrian crosses the crosswalk. The location will be on the sidewalks on both sides of Del Amo, north and south.
Is it temporary or permanent?
These are permanent.
Okay. And the flashing, is that 24 hours, 7 days a
No.
week?
They will only be flashing when a pedestrian hits the button and activates it.
But that ability to trigger it can occur 24 hours a day.
Okay, that's my question.
And I'll defer to Mr. Carey regarding crossing guards.
Yes, as you know, that crossing right there on Del Amo is a very busy intersection for students crossing to Tetzloff Middle School from the apartments across the street, as well as in the neighborhood. So even though we'll be having these reflective beacons in the intersection, we do intend to continue to staff that with our crossing guards, just to make sure we have an extra layer of safety out there for the students.
Very good. Mr. Palmian, does that answer all your questions? Okay, any other a person would like to speak on item 7C, 7C only? Seeing none, are there any comments from my council colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Kristen, Chris, Jared, and Derek for initiating this report, and for Mr. Lopez also for providing this report to us. I have a few questions. Mr. Carey, you mentioned that in addition to this upgraded signal, this rectangular rapid flashing beacon at this intersection, that in abundance of caution, we'll continue to have our crossing guards there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And is that a shared cost with the city of Lakewood?
For the crossing guards? No, the city pays for the crossing guards at that intersection.
Okay, is there a reason why they're not paying their fair share, since those who cross the street are clearly going to the school, which is in the city of Cerritos, but the students and their family members who accompany them to cross that street are coming from Lakewood?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the background on that unless Mr. Lopez does.
I do know that's been a long-standing arrangement. City of Lakewood does provide crossing guards for other school site locations that are in the city of Lakewood. So because the school's in Cerritos, way back when this started, the understanding was that Cerritos would take the lead on crossing guards just for this location.
Sure, and the school district doesn't pay for the crossing guards. It's entirely borne on the costs are provided by the city of Cerritos 100%.
That's correct.
Okay. Have we made communication to the city management over at Lakewood to give them the opportunity, since they're already going to be paying half of the cost for this upgrade? That demonstrates that they believe that they have a shared responsibility.
We'd be happy to talk to Lakewood if so directed by the council.
That would be wonderful, and give them our best. I also have a question. What prompted this? Was there another accident? Was there another fatality?
There is a history of accidents in and around this intersection, and so in order to address that issue, both cities of Cerritos and Lakewood partnered on producing this design so that these improvements could be done as quickly as possible.
Quickly as possible. Okay, I remember, the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because, if memory serves me, when I first got on the school board in 2001, there was a fatality there, right in that intersection. A young middle school girl was crossing northbound on that crosswalk, and a gentleman was driving eastwardly along Del Amo. In the morning hours, as you know, the sun rises, and apparently the driver said they couldn't see at all that there was a child crossing the crosswalk, and that child died. So it is now 2026. So when we say as quickly as possible, I mean, this is like 2 decades late, right, for us to do this. And at the time, I remember there was great conversation about having an actual traffic signal there, not just some what are we calling it? A rectangular rapid flashing beacon. And the cost of this is what, a mere $110,000 split two ways, so $55,000 for the city of Cerritos and $55,000, and then 100% of the cost for the crossing guards. I still believe that's insufficient. I believed it then, and I also believe it now. So if we're going to communicate with the city of Lakewood, I think it would be wise of us to have a conversation, an honest conversation about how much they care for their students who are cared for during the rest of the school day by City of Cerritos when they attend school at Tetzlaff, and then they return home, crossing that same crosswalk, facing the same level of risk when their parents are probably at work. So I'm just bringing this up because, you know, I want to have a clear conscience going forward, because this is the first time I've had to even think about this issue again in 2 decades. And I think it would just be a missed opportunity if we didn't have the conversation, the full and honest conversation, especially since we've been talking for many, many years about making improvements just maybe about a quarter mile to the east, right on the county line, to expand that and make straight the Del Amo Bridge that crosses Coyote Creek. And the reason why we're doing that is also because of safety, because it's only one lane in each direction when you cross that bridge. And we all know for the folks who have lived here in this region that a lot of the traffic that spills off from the 91 goes on the arterial streets that cut straight through Cerritos, like Artesia, like South Street, like Del Amo, people trying to get westbound. So westbound coming over from Orange County into LA County, speeding over that bridge, if it's green light, right at that intersection, you know where that Starbucks is, right there at Target, the old Gemco, and then zipping, right, without a light to stop them, slow them down. Maybe a flashing light. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're just kicking the can down the road. And I think we need to, if it's not already an improvement that's in that project, because I think the project's focus, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong on this, but it's just on the bridge. But if it is inclusive of you know, the ramp up in either direction, I think we need to take a serious look at that crosswalk at Claretta and Del Amo before another kid is killed. Thank you. And I would like to make a motion to approve this, but with those suggestions. Thank
Second
you.
by Sophia.
City Clerk, do you have the motion requests?
Can I make my comment now, please?
Yes.
Let me know when I can.
Yes.
I didn't know you were going to call for the motion and the second.
I think we can still call for a motion and still have continued discussion. So I'll just clarify the motion, and then maybe that will help you with your comment. Or did you want to clarify the motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to approve the recommended motion, but then also to direct staff, the city manager, to reach out to the city manager over there to have the appropriate discussions to talk about moving towards having a traffic signal there. So we could have, you know, the best case scenario, you know, where cars will stop and allow for pedestrians to cross that safely. That's my suggestion, at least just to start the conversations. Then also, can you report back to council about to what degree this is included in the plans to upgrade the Del Amo Bridge?
I'd be happy to report back with additional details after talking to Lakewood.
Thanks, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate you.
All right. Until we have a first, and then we have a second, and we have a comment. Go ahead, Councilmember Yokoyama.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am in 100% support of continuing to have crossing guards and in this installation of the RRFB. You know, I know this school, I know this intersection. My son Maddox went to Tetzlaff. My niece Maddie and my nephew Noah went to Tetzlaff, and that's a tough, busy arterial street, Del Amo, and that's an that's a crosswalk that needs everything we can do to keep our kids and their parents and their grandparents and their little siblings safe going back and forth to school. And what I recall is that I've always been in full support of having crossing guards to keep our kids safe going to our schools, our grade schools. And when we were having when the majority wanted to look into not having crossing guards in 2020, and I was in full support of keeping our crossing guards, what was explained to me by the city, by City Hall was the reason Cerritos pays for our crossing guards is because we're keeping our residents safe on City of Cerritos property. So the crossing guards keep our families, our students safe on Cerritos streets, Cerritos crosswalks, Cerritos sidewalks, up onto the moment that they step onto ABC property. And when our kids step onto ABC property, we fully expect the ABC school district to keep our kids safe. So that's why the city of Cerritos pays for crossing guards, because we're keeping those kids and their families safe on our city streets, sidewalks, curbs, our city property. So that's the analysis that should happen here. At that intersection of Claretta and Del Amo, where is the line between City of Cerritos property and City of Lakewood property? It seems like that analysis is the reason why we're splitting the cost 50-50 for the RRFB for that intersection of Claretta and Del Amo. And if that's why we split it 50-50, I'm so glad that Mayor Pro Tem Mark Polito brought up this is a reason to have a new discussion with City of Lakewood, who is a good partner with ours in fairly addressing the needs of our shared city, our neighboring cities. That's why we're working together with the City of Lakewood for the Del Amo Bridge project. That's why we are splitting the cost 50-50 with them for Sky Night, keeping both of our cities safe with the Eyes in the Sky, Sky Night. And now we're going to go 50-50 with them on the RRFB. So that analysis of City of Cerritos property, City of Lakewood property, ABC property, please, let's be consistent with why we've been paying for crossing guards to keep our residents, our kids, our grade school kids safe going back and forth to school. And thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other comments from council colleagues?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, former mayor and current council member, Mr. Yokoyama, and our Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Polito. I do want to say something as a former board member since 2007. I remember those incidents happened, even not just only Del Amo and Claretta, also Del Amo and Norwalk had really bad accident back, I believe last year or year before, huge bad. The homeless person got smashed to the board and blood splattered everywhere. That is, the student actually saw that, the incident. I think this, and I really appreciate when I was at board there, and I really appreciate city council people supporting our district at that time, and really put a lot of unsafe for the children. I mean, it's really challenged life. Can you imagine you have kids 2 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old, 12 years, 13 years, racing so hard, and one accident just killed the kids and the family. The tragedy happened to the family. Nothing can pay back. And I strongly urge our staff, just our Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned about, work with the Lakewood. If they can support other districts, they should be able to support ABC, also is their district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. This is for item 7C.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item 8A, public hearings. There are no public hearings listed on tonight's meeting agenda. Item 9A, resident budget task force. The next item is 9A, city manager. Do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Item 9A follows up on direction that was given by the City Council earlier this year for me to form a resident budget task force, a group of residents who could review the city's budget and finances and ask questions, receive information, and provide potential recommendations. So we are pleased to present this evening a report that was prepared summarizing the activities and the findings of the task force. The overview of this report is going to be given by Ryder Smith. He is with the firm Trippepi Smith, whom the city has contracted with as part of our efforts related to communication surrounding our budget and finances. So at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Smith to the podium, and he will begin a presentation. And at this time, I'll turn the floor over to Ryder.
Honorable members of the City Council, Mayor and City Council, it's always a pleasure to be in beautiful city of Cerritos. Thank you to the staff for pulling out my PowerPoint deck. I will keep my comments brief. For the members of the public in the council, you had access to the extensive report that was included in your packet. It was about 16 or 17 pages of summary content and then a bunch of exhibits to be thorough in documentation. But with that, I'll proceed with a brief overview for the benefit of the audience at home and a few summary comments. We can go to the next slide. So just high-level overview, the committee was formed at the direction, well, with direction from City Council, but at the, with the authority of Robert Lopez, City Manager, to actually identify participants in the committee or the task force. The general criteria were people who had demonstrated previous interest and involvement in city issues and who also kind of reflected a diversity of different viewpoints, perhaps based upon prior experience interacting with those residents on city issues. We held 3 in-person meetings and then 1 Zoom meeting. The Zoom meeting was really to finalize the report, a draft report that we had made available prior to the meeting and then reviewed on the call to address any questions. But we had 3 meetings that were noted here, 325, 42, and 414. Those meetings were anywhere from 2.5 to 3+ hours long and really involved all the task force members and a bunch of city staff who were there to support. And as Robert alluded to in his opening comments, the fundamental goal here was to pull together a temporary group of residents to engage in a deep dive process of learning about kind of city finance, city government, specifics in the city of Cerritos, surface ideas, get sentiments and understanding perspectives, and hear from different voices that were asking questions in the room to better understand concerns and feedback on how to approach our delicate fiscal situation that we're facing in the city today. Next slide, please. We took several photos just to make sure we had evidence of the gatherings that took place, which indeed were very real. And I will also just note we had really great participation. I think at each meeting we had nearly 100% participation. Maybe we had 1 or 2 people who were missing at any given point, but for the most part, everybody was there very consistently, which was phenomenal. The quick summary is we had lots of space to discuss issues and concerns. There was clear viewpoint diversity in the group, but I would just applaud the City of Cerritos residents for having civility in their veins and wanting to, even when they disagreed, communicating with positive tone and respect for their peers. You don't see enough civility in our society today, so I think you should know you were well reflected, the city was well reflected in this effort. The general mood was to make sure that there were real cuts that were proving fiscal responsibility, but at the same time an openness to additional revenue generation opportunities to help the city's financial situation. There was a lot of Q&A. The opening night I had intended to spend about 2 hours and we went 2.5. The next meeting I thought we'd go for 2 hours and we went for 3. And that was because there were lots of excellent questions being asked by residents and several very expert city staff on hand to answer those questions as best they could in the moment or to take notes and try to come back with answers. And I wanted to let those questions play out. And finally, there were a number of kind of tasks that were assigned to the city staff or myself to go out and do some research and come back with information. We didn't come back with all the information that was requested for any number of reasons, a lot of it being complexity of some of the questions asked, but I tried my best to identify where I couldn't come back with detailed answers, at least surface those policy concepts, one of which you heard tonight, which is operations at the Cerritos Golf Course, for example. I'll go to the next slide. So first, we dove into both the expense side and the revenue side. I'll just talk a little bit about the expense side. The city provided sample costs and service cut options to the Resident Budget Task Force to gather feedback from those residents. They were not presented in any particular order of preference or suggestion as much as it was what we started laying out when those were identified and made available for the residents to review. We eventually went through an exercise where we went line item by line item within that set of 40 items and had essentially cast hand votes to gain sentiment quickly and understand where people's sentiments were on those particular items. There were additional ideas that were surfaced by members of the task force, and those items were put to a vote as well and added into the report, as you will see identified in the report. I will be very clear, this was not a holistic dive into a $150 million budget. I know there are resident members of the task force who would like to get in deeper on that. I applaud them for their enthusiasm. I also think there were some, within the time constraints that we had going line item by line item, around 150 can be challenging, but nonetheless, I want to be very clear, we did not review every line item in the $150 million budget. But last but not least, the RBTF was able to identify cuts across the board. The one thing that was unanimously not supported as a cut was the LA County Sheriff contract and preserving LA County Sheriff. And that was perhaps not surprising in my experience working with cities across LA County. Cities love their sheriff department, but certainly the Resident Budget Task Force equally expressed that sentiment from their perspective. We'll go to the next slide, please, on the revenue side. Thank you. On the revenue side, we looked at various options, right? So there's several tax options available to the city, whether it's a utility user tax, a transient occupancy tax increase, or considering parcel taxes. But when you looked at all the data and information, it was really the 1% TUT, which is an additional 1 cent sales tax, that comes back as the most substantial revenue measure that moves the needle the most, offering about $19 million a year in additional revenue capacity. The TUT was also identified based upon information provided to the RBTF that just over half of that TUT would actually be paid by non-residents for that $19 million paid. And this is really primarily rooted in a core strength of City of Cerritos, which is you have an incredible shopping mall, you have other dining options here, and as a result of that, you tend to import shoppers from the region who want to come to Cerritos and shop and spend their money, and as a result would generate a good chunk of that TUT revenue. Third, it was estimated that the impact per resident of the city, and so that, to be clear, that's man, woman, child, whatever it may be in the household, is about $198 per resident as a cost for a TUT, should it even be implemented. And to be very clear, any such tax would be subject to not only council action, but ultimately a vote of your residents. There was a notation discussion around the fact that there is a limited cap on how much sales tax capacity you have. So there tends to be a race to the top, so to speak, that there's this cap space, and that with only 1% left, you're seeing a number of cities pursue that 1% to make sure they secure it for their city, because if they don't, it is at risk of being claimed by other cities or by the county, not other cities, excuse me, by the county itself or other agencies. And last but not least, it was clear that a majority of the task force both supported pursuit of a TUT, but importantly also noted that they would like to see efficiency or cuts to city services along with that. So they would like to see the city do its good part to be good fiscal stewards, and at the same time would then support the idea of helping support the city out with additional revenues. We'll go to the final general recommendation slide. Next slide, please. So ultimately, a majority of the task force supported the concept of both seeking expense cuts and additional revenues. There was majority support to seek significant cost savings with particular focus and interest around the CCPA, the city facility operations, and shortening those durations for the days they're operating, as well as deferred maintenance cuts. There was unanimous opposition, as I noted, to any cuts in the LA Sheriff's Department contract, majority support for ending services like private security patrols and the Sky Night program. Majority support also was there to seek a TUT on the November 2026 ballot. Majority support existed for using those new revenues to help offset the water rates that you voted on earlier this year and help mitigate the pace at which those water rates are kind of rise up or deployed on ratepayers in the city. There was not majority support for pursuing an additional survey to research this concept and see how it might fare with the community. And there was majority support, though, to review potential revenue that would be gained through asset sales and privatization of the golf course. Again, an idea we heard earlier tonight. I'll go to one more slide. Two more slides, one more, advance one more, thank you. So I'll just note, as we finished up this report, I gave a concept in Google Doc format to all the task force members for them to have a chance to review it. So we threw 16 people in there to make their edits on the document and offer comments. And I tried to go through and reconcile those as best as I could. Eventually, I reconciled those. We had a conversation, and I got unanimous consent or affirmation from everybody on the task force that the report itself reflected the proceedings. So to be clear, this does not mean that it was unanimously endorsed as these are the things we should do. It was merely affirming that the report, as you see presented, is an accurate reflection of what took place during that meeting. So it's kind of like approving your council minutes as you just did on your consent calendar. Final slide, please. So in general, I would first just say I'm thankful for the task force members and their time. Their passion for local government, their passion for the city of Cerritos was very clear. And even when they had divergent views about how to address fiscal concerns in the city, they were united in their love for the city of Cerritos. I've heard from folks who both had expressed their general appreciation and support, and that was a very good learning experience. And I know that there are some who are critical of the particular process and some of the information provided either by myself or the city of Cerritos. And I would just say that from my observation and talking with city staff, this effort, not only with this, but also the additional workshops that have gone on, the multiple study sessions you're doing, represents one of the most significant efforts ever made by the city to engage the public, inform the public, and bring them along for a serious budget discussion. And I applaud the city for making an investment in that resource to be transparent and engage with your public on that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryder, for the report. Appreciate it very much and the work that you did for our city, so thank you. Do we have any questions from my council colleagues? Go ahead, Councilmember Yokoyama.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryder, for your summary of the Resident Budget Task Force. I know that you are your intentions are to help our city of Cerritos. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure why there's not more certainty or definitive numbers in the report. And after reviewing the agenda reports 9A and 9B, and so far hearing your summary of what happened on the Resident Budget Task Force, I'm not convinced that this is the time for a TUT. I'm not supportive of a TUT. It seems like there's things that are not certain, not definitive. Like, for example, you summarize that over half of a new 1% TUT would be paid by people visiting Cerritos. How come we don't know a more definitive percentage? Why is it just over half? I've heard my city manager told the city council a couple months ago that it's closer to 90%. So what is it? Is it closer to 90% of a TUT would be paid by visitors to Cerritos? You're saying over half. Over half is 51%. Why don't we know better? We have HDL working for us. Mm-hmm. We're paying them money. They do this. That's their specialty: sales tax analysis, sales tax revenue analysis. Why don't we know what a better approximation of the percentage of what a TUT, what percentage of a 1% TUT would be paid by visitors to Cerritos when those visitors to Cerritos are shopping in Cerritos or dining in Cerritos. They visit us, shop, dine, spend money at our mall, at our auto square, our town center, at our restaurants or businesses, and then they go home and they leave Cerritos. But when we can't even know what the percentage is, you're just telling us it's over half. That over half is 51% or 100%. Which one is it? Or where is it in between? And then somehow, even though you don't give us the percent of what percent of visitors versus residents would be paying the 1% TUT, somehow you were able to calculate the resident cost would be $198 per resident. Okay? I see, that's relatively low, $198. That's about 16 bucks a month. Not even $1 a day, about 50 cents a day. But because I'm not sure how these numbers are getting calculated, I'm just not supportive of a TUT because it just seems like numbers are appearing. But why don't we have more specificity? And then under these general recommendations on your PowerPoint, why don't we just know what the vote was? Why do you just tell us majority supported this, majority supported that? At some point you said unanimous opposition. So we could have just had that in the PowerPoint. We could have just had that specificity could have been in the PowerPoint. Like you said, for the benefit of the people at home, right? So I'd rather have seen the specificity instead of just saying majority, because majority could have been 9 or 16 or a number in between. And if we just put that in the PowerPoint, it would have been a better start to the discussion that we're having.
Councilmember Yokoyama, it's on page 64, 65.
Yeah, I indicated that it would have been better to have that specificity in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Instead of saying majority. Because like I said, it could have been, when you say majority, it could have been 9 or 16 or a number in between. We could just put that up there because, as you said, you wanted to give the people here watching and the people at home who didn't read this resident budget task force report of proceedings that's attached to the 2-page agenda report. It would have been simple to just put the vote. So those are my concerns about transparency. Letting our residents and the viewers and the attendees know when you say majority support, are we talking about a strong support, 51% support, unanimous support? You do indicate, for example, unanimous opposition to any cuts to LASD services or support. That's great, because I'm 100% in fully funding our Los Angeles Sheriff's Department station here, our Cerritos station. Thank you, Captain Drew Strong. Residential burglaries are down, I think it's 43 or 44% this year compared to last year. So thank you for everything you're doing to keep Cerritos safe and suppressing those residential burglaries. 43, 44% this year, reduction. Thank you for your hard work with our Neighborhood Watch and our VOPs and the City Hall staff and our Public Safety Department and our Public Safety Manager, Ryan Carey, for getting those residential burglaries down 43% or 44% down this year compared to last year. So I just don't feel convinced. I'm not convinced that until we have more certainty about what the TUT will do, what the numbers are, how it's going to affect our residents, and if it's realistic, if our residents will be supportive of it, because it has to be put on a ballot. So all of those things are not. I am not convinced. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Thank you. Councilmember Hong.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been asked it by several residents, like why are we choosing only 16 members, and how we constructed this group of people who's making the final decision? Because I think there are a lot of residents think they want to be asked as well. So I think I'm just asking on their behalf. Thank you.
I'll speak to maybe that count, and then I'll invite Robert to speak to the other. And Councilmember Yokoyama, if you want me to answer some of those other questions about tax numbers, I'd be happy to answer those too.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So to your question about 16, maybe we'll answer your question. I'll come back to that other question. It was my suggestion the number be between somewhere between, say, 13 and, I don't know, 17, something like that, because fundamentally we're looking at a relatively expedited timeline, a certain number of people in the room, a number of voices. At some point, you get so many voices in the room, it becomes hard to try to coalesce and manage all the voices in the room. I mean, I did my best to facilitate. I also didn't want to squash the conversation that was going on. We went well over time each night, so I'll take responsibility for that. And if we had 20 people in the room, we would have been there till 10 o'clock every night. So I think there's a balancing point, and because we were looking for a sampling of viewpoints from across the city, there was an effort to cut through that. I'll hand it over to Robert on that point in terms of his selection.
Yes, thank you. So I did reach out to several residents in the city, and the goal, as was mentioned, to provide diversity of viewpoints. Fortunately, we have several active residents in Cerritos who have come to city council meetings, who have participated in various events. And over the years, I've gotten to know and got a feeling for views on a variety of things, sales tax being one, provision of city services. So the goal was to have a diverse group of residents demographically, based on also views, and but it was people who have participated in one way or another in the past. We were able to try to get that different viewpoints expressed in the room. That was important for us. I did speak to some residents who, while they would have liked to participate, just couldn't commit to the time. Others reached out to me, and we were able to have a conversation. So. But yes, the goal was to have a variety of viewpoints expressed. With regard to the revenue questions, I can
please,
take the
Robert.
first crack. So there's two sets of numbers with regard to taxes or sales-related taxes. There's the Bradley Burn sales tax, which is our existing 1% sales tax that cities throughout the state have access to. It's the base sales tax for cities. Currently, our consultant HDL estimates that 80% of that sales tax revenue comes from people who spend money in Cerritos but who come from outside the city. In other words, non-residents come to Cerritos, to our many shopping centers. When they spend dollars in Cerritos, that adds up, and 80% of the revenue that comes in currently of the sales tax is from non-residents. What's currently being discussed is a 1% transactions and use tax, which is a local sales tax that many cities have adopted in our area, and that's currently under discussion. The ratios are different, so the ratios for that would be around between 52 and 55% coming from non-residents, and the remainder coming from residents. And the reason why the ratio is different is because sales tax for auto purchases are regulated differently than other transactions. Auto sales are based on the tax rate where you live as opposed to the tax rate where you're purchasing. So that accounts for a large part of the change in ratio. But the current ratio is about 80-20, 80% non-residents, 20% residents. And if with a 1% TUT added, that additional revenue would be about 52 to 55% non-residents, and then the balance residents.
Councilmember Hong, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Anybody else? Questions? All right, then we're going to go ahead and open. Oh, I do have a question. Sorry. Was staff able, I'm going to ask Robert, was staff able to answer all questions raised by the task force? And based on the letter submitted by the 4 members of the task force, they raised concerns that information regarding city assets, staffing levels, organizational structure, and job requisitions were not provided. However, when I read the report, it seems that these questions were addressed, but can you please share what occurred there?
Yes, and as it was noted in the presentation, there were a lot of very good questions that were asked by the group. Some were fairly easy to answer. We could answer right away in conversation. Some required digging, providing data, and reporting back to the group. And there were other very good suggestions that were made by the group, but would require additional staff resources and time and potentially outside resource expertise to be able to fully vet some ideas. But all of those concepts were made note of in the report, and Ryder can perhaps elaborate on some of those.
Yeah, I would concur with Robert. I mean, there was a lot of homework welcomed. I mean, that's a good sign of engagement. So we certainly welcome those questions. And some of the questions were extensive. And frankly, some of the questions probably would ultimately require council direction before we could go down the path extensively on those to make sure we aren't wasting resources trying to get answers to questions that may not be a policy area that council wants to go in. So there was a lot of exchange of information too. It is possible that in the course of that, I missed us getting some additional information to the task force, which I take full responsibility for if that took place. There was a lot of materials that we tried to provide back to the task force to answer their questions. I would also just generally observe there was a sentiment among several task force members that they wish they could be doing this, frankly, on an ongoing basis. Not that Robert and the staff wouldn't be obligated to 3-hour meetings every Thursday night, but there was a huge interest from them in that. And I applaud the enthusiasm for wanting to, and I would, in my engagement heart wants to support that as much as possible.
Thank you. And Ryder, did any member of the task force come to the whole group with an idea that was just ignored or not included in the report?
To the best of my understanding, there was no idea that was ignored or not included in the report, and where ideas had been surfaced that weren't perhaps not reflected in the initial draft of the report, I believe comments were made available, and I tried to accommodate those or add additional language to reflect that. So there were comments about the fact that many of the numbers and charts provided were projections. They weren't baked in stone, and it would be good to denote those as projections, for example, and we made those edits where appropriate. There were a couple suggestions for curtailing some questions around city council compensation, which were surfaced in discussion and were voted on by the task force and are in the report presently. Those were ideas that came from task force members themselves and were not from city staff or myself, not because we were resisting that, but because it was ideas that was thrown out by them. We were supportive of making sure they got their fair shake. And when the idea, say, for example, the concept of even pursuing looking at contracting out the golf operations or looking at city assets and how you might sell those assets off and generate a better returns for the city. Those were ideas that were surfaced by task force members. We voted on those concepts and they made it into the report to make sure you had a chance to surface those ideas and consider them in your policy expertise.
Okay, great. And what should we do with this report?
I'll answer. I'll have a few thoughts with that too, and I'll defer to Robert to comment as well. But fundamentally, there's been a lot of public engagement in this process. You have letters at the dais that I'm sure you have tonight, and you've been getting with resident feedback on this entire budget process. We heard a lot of great feedback sitting around tables in the round during the the in-person budget workshop and the online conversation that Robert and I had about the city budget, where we had some excellent questions that spawned more ideas and thoughts. This is a very helpful piece of information and ideas that need to come to you as an elected body. Fundamentally, like in all representative democracy in America, it falls on your shoulders to make the decisions, but this is an important asset to have to consider your policy choices and the kinds of questions that the public is going to have as you go about making your decisions, and hopefully empower you with some both innovation and just some straight reality of what it's going to take to address the fiscal challenges we face today in the city of Cerritos.
And Robert?
I would say the discussion was helpful given that because we had a representative sample of residents in Cerritos, it served as a helpful focus group to vet potential ideas. And so the input from that group, and it was referenced on the exhibit that showed kind of the tally of how people voted on different ideas. That is all helpful data for you now making a decision on the next agenda item 9B to consider potentially some service cuts, weigh those in the balance. So this is helpful data from residents of Cerritos, in addition to whoever's showing up here tonight, to guide your decision making.
Okay, so now it's not really up to this council then to approve a sales tax at this time. And even at that, it's really a council decision to just place it on the ballot and leave it up to the voters to vote for a sales tax measure, correct? I just want to reaffirm that this task force acted as an advisory capacity to the city manager, and from the cuts recommended, nothing has been implemented. There is a lot of misinformation in the community. Council has not taken any action on this report or has made any decision on any cuts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
There are several ideas proposed, but no final decision has been made.
Okay, great. And so when we get to 9B, that's when the council will have the opportunity to discuss in a thorough discussion on what is recommended to be cut. At this time, I'm going to open up for public comments. First person to speak is Robert Chevelle, and after that we have Mark Bowman.
Hello again, Honorable Mayor. I promise you I will not be speaking on every item tonight. If I may, let me ask you an odd question. Do you want to be poked in your left eye or instead poked in your right eye? That's what's known as a false dichotomy or a false choice. You would rightly say that you don't want to be poked in either eye. This is a good analogy to what transpired at the resident budget task force meetings. As you heard, 16 residents and the kind staff of Cerritos met 3 times, about 3 hours each, plus a later 1 hour by Zoom. 4 of us on the task force later wrote a letter to the city. That letter is available publicly, and I also have copies with me tonight if anyone would like one. The meetings were nominally to talk about the budget. Now, the city budget, as you heard, is $150 million, and we were told that there will soon be a $12 million gap between revenue and expenses. But we were not allowed to look at the whole budget or even the $50 million in personnel costs. Instead, we were given a select list of only $7 million in cuts to programs or services. And then we were essentially told, you can either lose all these cherished city services or we can pass a 1 percentage point increase in the city's sales tax. This same false dichotomy was presented at the public budget meeting at the Senior Center. And it's also currently on the city's website. I quote from the budget webpage, quote, should the city shrink its services or find new revenue to keep services the same, close quote. This is an entirely false choice, a false dichotomy. There are many other things that can and should be done first. I tell you this so that you will not accept any nonsense about the task force approving certain cuts. No, we didn't. We answered the very limited and very biased question, if you had to cut something, and if there was no other way, and if here are your only options, from this very incomplete list, then what would you cut? If you absolutely had to. To repeat, I deny that premise. We do not want to, or need to, in my view, cut valued city services. There are many other ways. Here are 6 possible options. Number 1, get out of the costly Magnolia Power Plant agreement. Number 2, keep the CCPA. But instead of losing millions of dollars per year, do a triple net lease to a tenant for $1 a year with 2 requirements. It remains a theater, and Cerritos is still in the name. So we still get the exposure and the economic benefits. Number 3, make the golf course profitable. Instead of costing us several $100,000 a year, let's make several $100,000 a year. Number 4, cut expenses at City Hall. Number 5, initiate an immediate hiring freeze. Number 6, consider layoffs and right-sizing that will not harm residents. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chevelle. We do have Mark Bowman. I do want to note that the golf course, the delta on the golf course is $578,508. It is not $100,000 on the golf course.
We on the clock?
Go ahead, Mr. Bowman, and after that, we have
Good evening. I want to publicly acknowledge our city manager, Robert, for including me on the Budget Task Force. After serving 6 years at the Measure BB Oversight Committee, finally terming out as chairman, after over a decade serving as a Cerritos trustee to Greater Los Angeles Vector Control District, where I've served every position there, as president, I managed to a balanced budget. Taking all those skills, knowledge, and ability and be able to apply it here was an honor. It's great to have served at this meeting. With that, those 3 sessions, you've heard about the time of those. I don't need to go into that. But in the time allotted for what we had, with the information provided, we did what we could. Diverse views, opinions, and recommendations that respected each other mostly. But core thing was we cared about Cerritos, past, present, and future. One of my mentors, I talked to him about this, and he said, quote, "When you're going broke, your lifestyle is the last thing you need to change," unquote. Well, we need to change our lifestyle now at all levels in our city. Some things from the report I want to pick out, because it is a rather long report, and there are those votes in there. You can see the numbers on those items when we voted on them. Members closely questioned specific operational expenditures, such as the monthly cost of Southwest Patrol, and explored the feasibility of subsidizing water rates with new sales tax, as well as the potential for sale of city assets to expand the city's cash investments, which might yield better returns to the city. Some task force members expressed skepticism about a new tax measure, suggesting that voters will demand to see tangible reductions in the city spending before supporting a revenue measure. I truly agree with that. We need to see those cuts demonstrated by the city, and that should garner some more support for the 1% TUT. The list of more than 40 options were provided as an illustrative example of reductions that could be tackled during the task force meetings. Some task force members expressed frustration that there were no additional cost-cutting options available to review. Trepanney Smith and city staff noted that, and other ideas were welcome to be discussed. The meeting also featured critical discussions regarding voter sentiment. Task force members reiterated that voters will want to see tangible cuts, such as reductions in city council benefits or facility closures, before they're willing to support a new tax measure. A point I brought up, which we discussed but was not something we voted on, was suspending the stipends for all committees and commissions that we have in the city. That may change things. Lastly, moving the CCPA to a 501c3, great idea. In closing, I want to say I support the 1% TUT.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Deanna A., and then after Deanna is Clarence Stevens.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Johnson and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me my opportunity to comment. My name is Deanna. I live here in Cerritos and have since 2003. My husband was raised here since 1969, and we raised our kids here. We are Neighborhood Watch members in the area known as B25, which is located across from Liberty Park. As many of you are aware, our area has seen a significant amount of crime. This is not my first time standing in front of you discussing that subject. It has come to our attention that the city has assembled a budget committee, a group of 16 people who are asked to choose from a menu of items related to our community safety, in which they thought that we could do without. On the list were items like, should our deputies be cut? Wow. They were asked to vote on the night sky helicopter and the private patrols that cruise our neighborhood. I'm here because I highly oppose any cuts to our community safety. While it can be really annoying at times, that helicopter is a necessity. How else will the cops locate someone who's just committed a violent crime and has took off running and maybe hiding in someone's backyards in the middle of the night? The private patrols, those were put into place as an aid to the Sheriff's Department to help keep watch while our residents are hard at work and help detour the relentless burglaries that we have faced. The patrols are absolutely useful. The volunteers on patrol program are also useful and necessary, but one must realize that this program won't work for residents who are working 50, 60 hours a week to provide for their families. So we should not expect it to take the place of the private patrol when we need both. The fact of the matter is we need all hands on deck. Every single thing that has been put in place to help keep us safe should be kept in place. Give our cops the tools they need to do their job. Crime is going up, not down. If the city has found itself in a position to make more budget cuts, then it needs to start with the unessentials. The Oob Festival, the Spring Fling, the Friendship Festival, the Water Lantern Festival, those are all fantastic events, but they're not necessities. The tribute to Dairy Valley, in which the city commissioned an artist for another bronze statue, which, by the way, is gorgeous, but it's not necessary. I think we need to question whose idea it was also to put these items on the chopping block in the first place. It concerns me that some of you may no longer have our best interest at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Robert, real quick, can you please explain the funding on the Cal Sculpture and any of our Arts in Public Places program?
Yes, the sculpture called Milking Time that was recently installed was paid for by the city's Art and Public Places Fund. This fund comes from revenue specifically from building permit fees from developers who do build projects in Cerritos. 26 years ago, roughly, the city of Cerritos enacted an ordinance that has 1% of the building permit valuation go toward public art. And so this is funded by primarily the development community and is intended to be a public benefit for the community at large.
Thank you.
I'll also add that funds from the Art and Public Places, monies can't be transferred to other accounts. They are specifically collected for art and public places. And so either the developer provides art, a sculpture on their own, or they contribute the funds to the city, and that's the only thing that the city can use it for. And this Cal Sculpture, I think, was adopted, and I think the allocation was a few years ago, 2 years ago, by the prior city council.
So to be clear, art in public places, such as the new sculpture, is not coming from general fund monies
That's correct.
or taxpayer dollars. Thank you. Clarence Stevens, and then we have Ciara.
Clarence Stevens, and appreciate the opportunity to get up here. Couple things. I was on the task force, and the information that sounds like you're ready to share some insights from your time. Oops. Yes, I am. That's great to hear. Shut up. Okay. I was on a different impression from the task force. I thought that we were getting together as a group of residents to try to look at some ways that we could cut some things or in the budget that we thought that were kind of things that I personally or we would be okay with cutting them, but not to a certain point of strangling the city. I mean, there are some things out there. You would take a look at the $11 million that is a gap there between expenses and revenue. How can we get there? In the survey in the task force, we came up with only about $6 million. So there's still a lot of room for cutting if you wanted to do some additional cuts, or if you want to try to shrink that down by the 1% sales tax. Some of the cuts that are not on there were like hire freezing, layoffs, stuff like that, because we weren't privy to the information and the dollar amounts that would come up with. So we came up with the $6 million And we was going to put that to you, for you to kind of take a look at it and then analyze if you want to use these cuts or you didn't want to use these cuts. The staff come up with some ideas, the residents come up with some ideas, and come up with a way to say, how can we close that $11 budget? Because if we didn't, looking at the projection, in 5 years, we'd be at a critical point where we would not be able to sustain the city the way we like to have it here. So bottom line is, we weren't speaking for everyone, we're speaking for what we're in that meeting. We came up with these ideas, we came up with $6 million. Yes, we were not going to touch the sheriffs, there's some things that were off limit and we were not going to touch. So I am for the $6 million, I am for the 1% sales tax, but I'm also in favor of some significant cuts. And if that means freezing, letting people go, the golf course, these are all things that we want to put in there. But I really want to say is that I really want you, as the city council, is to put this on a ballot and let the people decide, not you, what we want to do. Because we're going to have to pay that $198 a year, not you, you one of us, but just please give us the opportunity to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Clarence. Next, we have Ciara. After Ciara, we have Al Reyes.
Hello, everyone. Of course, I'm not new here, and I've told my story several times. And I'm starting to believe this is haunting me over and over again. The fact that it's even a consideration to even remotely have a conversation about cutting safety from our communities is mind-boggling to me. It would be interesting to know who was chosen for this task force and whether or not these individuals were victims of burglaries. My family and I have been burglarized multiple times. My neighbor has been burglarized multiple times. We have had to invest over $17,000 for bars on our home and still don't feel safe. The fact that this is even a conversation where our officers, who at one point it took them 30 minutes to get to us, and it was my community that stopped or took video footage or took pictures of the burglars. And it took my own research to even find some of them. To relay that information to the officers is crazy to me. We already don't have enough officers. That's obvious if it takes them 30 minutes to get around the corner. If it takes 30 minutes to get around the corner, how much crime do we really have? That's another question. Every person that's in here should feel safe in their home. They should not have to lose. We lost over $135,000 worth of things in our home. And yes, it's material things, but it's things we cannot get back. But most of all, I'm grateful that our lives are okay and we weren't home. But then on top of being victims and not feeling safe in our home and not knowing that we could sleep at night, there's 2 little girls who are afraid and still have those nightmares at night. 2 little girls who don't know if when they approach that front door, someone's not in the back, which that's happened. Not knowing whether or not that knock at the door is the DoorDasher or somebody getting ready to break in. $17,000 for bars and you still don't feel safe and you want to take away deputies. You may not have made that decision, but the fact of the matter is it was a conversation that was getting ready to happen. And that's crazy. And we need all the safety we need in our communities. We shouldn't have to fight for each other.
Thank you. And we have Al Reyes and then Deborah Berry.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As you well know, my name is Al Reyes. I'm Chairman of the Economic Development Commission here in Cerritos. I'm also a sponsor at the theater, former government econ teacher, and housewife. So I believe in a pro-growth mind. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I believe in a pro-growth mindset. But with respect to the budget, we have a revenue problem. Again, I won't speak to expenditures. That could go on forever, and those are decisions that the council has to make on their own. But President Kennedy once said, and this is with respect to the Budget Task Force, President Kennedy once said, "The great enemy of truth is very often not the lie or set of lies, which are usually deliberate, contrived, or dishonest. No. But the great enemy of truth is often the myth or myths which are persistent, pervasive, and ultimately unrealistic." End quote. Myth number one, it is the city's responsibility to pay all or part of the city user's water bill. This is a complete fabrication. By law, a water bill, regardless of what city you live in, is to be paid completely by the end user. There seems to be some purpose of some slash and burn ideology, as if by closing some city entity or entities, suddenly all residents could have free water. That's ridiculous. Myth number two, the CCPA previously had strong internal leadership and did well. As someone whose name is on the wall of the theater, I can tell you that is not true. The CC prior to Jeff Thelke and his amazing staff taking over three and a half years ago was not run efficiently, nor was there many sellouts, and money was definitely being lost. And most people threw their catalog of shows out the moment 5 minutes after they got it in the mail, okay? Jeff is putting on twice as many shows with half the staff. Because as we all know, since we lost redevelopment money, one of the ways previous city manager and previous councils were balancing budgets, somebody quit, don't rehire. Somebody else quit, don't rehire. Somebody retired, don't rehire. So Jeff is doing yeoman's work with his staff, and I think our delta went from 5 million to 3 million. I don't want to get into numbers because I don't have that, but clearly the theater is turning itself around. So good for Jeff and his staff. Number three, in-house services like Meridian maintenance throughout the city would be cheaper than in-house. While it is true that wages would be about the same, because you have to pay prevailing wage, being responsible for maintenance, machinery, overtime, workman compensation, and insurance would cost the city exceedingly more money. Lastly, the truth is about the budget. We could close the entire theater department and the entire park and rec services tomorrow, and your budget would still be short. You'd still be in the hole, okay? But if that happened, next year's budget would be worse, because you would lose all the revenue from the CCPA that we're now collecting, liquor sales, food sales, not to mention having to go tell Islands and Wood Ranch they're gonna lose 30% of their sales on nights we're sold out. I don't think anybody here wants to do that, okay? I'll end with this, because I'm running out of time. Ask not what the city of Cerritos can do for you, ask what you can do for the city. A pro-growth mindset is the only way we're all gonna maintain the city that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Just to note, the delta on the theater is 2.7 million. Thank you. Deborah Berry, and then we have Tomedo Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As a Budget Task Force participant, I want to speak about the process. Because from my perspective, it didn't really feel like a serious independent look at the city budget. It felt more like a communications effort built around shaping a message. It became pretty clear that the direction of the process was aimed at building support for a future sales tax measure. And I want to be clear, I don't think that talking about a sales tax is automatically a bad thing. If the city needs more revenue, that's a valid discussion to have. But it should be an honest, straightforward conversation with residents, not something filtered through messaging and perception management. What concerned me most was how the information was being framed. There were very smart, engaged people in the room. But in my view, you really had to be either familiar with local government finance or be a complete political nerd like I am to see that the consultant's narrative was incomplete and misleading. From what I observed, there was an assumption that this process would help justify raising taxes in order to continue subsidizing the water fund, something I strongly disagree with. Instead of investing in an independent auditor or a real financial review, resources going towards marketing and communications consultants. From a resident's perspective, that does not build trust. It raises questions about priorities. There was even a discussion about doing a public survey related to the tax measure, which would again have been another consultant-led effort funded by taxpayers. As mentioned, a subgroup of this task force ended up objecting to the process and sent a letter to the council outlining those concerns. Because of that, I finally got to meet the mayor for the first time, along with another resident, Robert, and I want to acknowledge that the mayor did take time to listen to what I had to say, and I appreciated that direct communication. But from the larger issue is still trust. From my point of view, the process didn't feel like a genuine effort to dig into the budget or invite real scrutiny. It felt like the outcome was already taking shape, and the process was structured to support it. Residents aren't asking for polished messaging. They're asking for transparency, accountability, and real opportunity to engage with them with the financial decisions that affect them. And I wasn't gonna say anything unless I had time, but I also just want to point out that any woman who has worked in any political or any like professional perspective saw what happened here tonight. Frank, you really need to stop mansplaining your coworkers, okay? It's obvious, don't do that to Linda. It's really, any woman in this room saw it, and please stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Tamito Garcia, and then after that, Charles Jocelyn.
Hi, good evening, Cerritos City Council. I'm here to speak on safety. My name is Tamito Noah Garcia. Last year on February 25th, my father, Timo Garcia, a 25-year resident of the city, was murdered right here in Cerritos in broad daylight at Don Canabe Regional Park. I'm here tonight because I was shocked to hear discussions of possible reducing public safety resources, including patrols, the helicopter, even the deputies. We all know about the absurd amount of home burglaries, thefts, grand theft autos affecting our community. I myself live in what's considered one of the higher crime zones in our city. But also last year, Cerritos experienced 6 murders, one of the worst years for violent crime in recent memory, and of which, including my father's murder, occurred at Don Canabe Park. And since my father's death, I return to Don Canabe Park every month to leave flowers for him. And every visit, without fail, I hear stories from residents about harassment, women being followed and intimidated, and even assaults occurring in and around that park. We have a lot of scary people staying overnight at our parks. Just ask your own city park employees. I have. And what's especially stinging to me is the fact that the alleged perpetrators of my father's murder were staying on the Cerritos side of Don Canabe Park before and after my father's murder. My father should still be alive today. So I implore the council, keep or increase the safety budget. Do not let other families go endure the nightmare that our family had to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Charles Jocelyn.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, I'm surprised the task force didn't get 5 minutes tonight with all the hours they gave to the city for evaluating the budget process. That would have been respectful, I think. But the task force was really set up with a straw camel. There was no way they were going to come up with ideas that would really benefit the city without giving them access to everything that could be worked on. I mean, if you want to look at department by department, find out how can we correct this department? How do we make CCPA profitable? What can we do there? Turn it over, like it was mentioned with a lease, and have it done by a nonprofit organization. That'd be a far cry better than what it is today. The other thing, why not make the 9-hole area into a Topgolf type of arrangement? There's areas that can be improved. And right now, the first thing you look at is how do we make the public scared? We did with 218. We're going to go with sewer. We're going to make a big sewer issue, and then make that obvious to everybody. No, a 250 gallon spill isn't the problem with the sewage system. And then we're all paying twice our water bills right now and going up to quadruple eventually, not very far in the future. And, there's a lot of other areas, that have been tried to, we need to make cuts to staff. Why did we hire a $70,000 consultant that mostly is marketing and public affairs rather than hiring an investigative company to come in and look at where do we have excess spending? Where do we have too many employees? Go to a lot of parks and recreation, go into the offices and people are sitting around. Go into the offices. We don't need a couple redundant positions. We don't need to keep overspending. And, we've got lots of ideas. I know a lot of people have sat down with the mayor and with other people to talk about some of the areas that can be improved, but don't talk about reducing public safety, taking away the helicopters. Get drones, like City of Irvine's cutting on crime with non-manned drones and doing an excellent job. And where else can we find revenue increases? And then also the item 12 tonight. I think that can be very expensive with a closed session with the union. Last time with the union, it cost the city almost $10 million bailing out the pension. I hope you're not going to do something like that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Do we have any other folks that would like to speak in public comments? If not, City Clerk, do we have any?
We do, Mayor. Speaker Raymond Kim, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Awesome, thank you. So my name is Raymond Kim. I'm a professor of finance with a doctorate in finance. And so I wanted to speak on this because this is exactly what I expected it to be, was that the budget task force would not be allowed to, make their true recommendations. I just kind of wanted to point out one thing that is really egregious in our budget is the water overhead in our water fund. So the actual cost to run our water wells, the operating costs, for the past 12 years, it's only gone up 16%. So this is the cost to operate the water wells. But the water overhead allocated to the water fund has been tripled. And basically the numbers are saying the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and the finance manager together, their total allocation to the water fund in overhead is 10 times greater than the director of public works and engineering. So basically the overhead is saying they're doing 10 times more work than the director of public heads and engineering. So this is like $3 million that we could, cut immediately. So that's something to definitely take a look at. Another thing is we do not have a revenue problem. If you look at similar cities like Fullerton, Buena Park, Monterey Park, Cypress, Irvine, these are all cities that many Cerritos residents consider to be similar or used to be similar in the case of Irvine. So Fullerton has 2 city managers. Monterey Park has 2 city managers. Buena Park has 2 city managers. Their assistant city managers, also the director of HR. So you could tell they're actually working. We also have Cypress, the city of Cypress, where we all go to Costco because it's lower taxes. They have 1 city manager. And the thing is, sometimes you don't, this is just strictly nothing personal. This is just a state of our city. When you're looking at this, this is, there's something called organizational slack. We have 4 city managers, way more, 2-3 times more per resident than any other city similar to us. And what happens is when you have too many city managers, they prevent proper, fiscal, improvements to be made. That's just the nature of organizations and
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Robert, do we have 4 city managers?
No, Mayor. In
Okay,
the city
thank you.
manager's office, we have 3 executive staff.
Thank you. Cindy, do we have any other comments?
Mayor, there are no other remote participants requesting to speak. For the record, I will announce that prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the 4 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 9A. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Thank you. Are you able to just list the names of those that submitted written comments, please?
Yes, thank you. If you give me just one moment. We have a comment submitted by Norma Williamson, signed by Catherine Pasquale and Gail Grossman also. One comment submitted by Robert Chevelle, signed by Robert Chevelle, Danny Crowdham, Deborah Berry, and Mel Cortez. One comment submitted by Marty Grossman, and one comment submitted by Gail Grossman.
Thank you. And I want to thank those that submitted public comments, written public comments, those that called in, and those that came before us tonight in this council meeting. Do we have any more public comments on this item? Yes, please. Thank you. Please state your name. Thank you. Although I do know your name.
First of all, thanks for inviting me up here to speak. I'm sorry I didn't sign up. The name is Gilbert Jernigan. I've lived in the city of Cerritos for 45 years. I'll be 80 years old in a couple of years, so God willing. I'm listening back and forth to the budget, going back and forth. It's one thing, my whole career I worked in budgets, and you have to learn to live with the money that you have. So to consider the TUT, which may be a good thing, you have to stop and think about. We just went through maybe a couple of years ago where we passed a bond, right, with increased tax. Then a couple of months, a year ago, right, we increased the water rate, okay? And now we're talking about increasing taxes. It's got to stop someplace. The seniors and the citizens can't continue paying for increases month after month after month, right? Retired almost 17 years ago on a fixed income. Fortunately, we had good investments and we're doing well. But not all seniors are in that shape. So somehow we have to figure out to live within our means. I've got to do it, and most people in this room have to do it. So the city's going to have to figure out how to live within its means. Right? We all get cost of living raises if we retire, right? And that's to cover the cost of living increases. But we can't continue taxing people year after year and convince them to stay in the city and live in the city, okay? Yes, we have to make cuts. And some of those cuts are going to be difficult, right? The sheriff department. I love the sheriff department. They're doing a great job. One of the reasons why they can't staff more sheriffs is not the budget, is they can't hire sheriffs, okay? The budget is there, right? So my recommendation is that the reason why that you guys are in office is to figure it out. Don't come back to the citizens and says, we need more taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jernigan. Do we have anybody else? Seeing none, I'm going to close. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes. Sorry about that. Please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Keanu Mambrivi, and I'm here to respectfully ask the City Council to keep the Sky Night program funded and to be cautious about cutting public safety resources. I'm not speaking only as a concerned community member, but also as someone who's had experience. I've served 8 years as a U.S. Army infantryman and experienced with Joint Counter Narcotics Task Force and worked with NATO. Today, I just want to say we can't jeopardize our public safety. Again, we've seen the past stories beforehand that these people, they really do want to feel safe at their homes. And that's a big, I guess, concern for most citizens of Cerritos. So with that being the case, my request is pretty simple. Just please keep Sky Night funded. Carefully review the real public impact before cutting Southwest Patrol. And I just want to thank you for your time, and God bless America and God bless Cerritos. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Did you want to speak? Okay, thank you. Just state your name.
Hello, my name is Vernabeth Lynn. Hello, Council. Good evening, everyone. Just to add to what Keanu said, we both come from the same zone, Area B, Zone 26. I am the Neighborhood Watch Captain. I just live south of Deanna, who spoke earlier. I wanted to share a text as to why I was late to the meeting and couldn't sign in to speak. A neighbor texted me, "Hi, wanted to make sure you know that last night 2 people jumped the back wall off of 195th Street into the backyard of so said address. The homeowner called 911, but by the time officers showed up 30 minutes later, the intruders were gone." So I would like not only for you guys to reconsider, but the task force to really think and look into, just because something may have not happened to you, just also you also live possibly in a different part of Cerritos where maybe attention is more immediate. My end of Cerritos has been quite known. I went to Bragg, to Tetzlaff, to Gar. I've been in the city for quite some time. We've always been kind of considered the forgotten part of Cerritos, and even if you may have never heard of that, it definitely feels like it. So that's all I have to say for now, and look forward to looking to the other sessions that you guys have for the budget meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, please state your name for the record. Come up and speak.
I don't actually have to do that under the First Amendment. You know my name. Hi. So I would like to state that you are talking about safety and other issues right now, correct? You can't hear me? No. I'm sorry. All right. You know what? I'll just come back later. I'll do this later.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, please come up.
Hello, Mayor, Council members. I just had my name is Price, Napat Price Bengrak Sakyet. I'm a graduate of Whitney High School and a student at Cerritos College. And I'm also the student government treasurer, so I really love financial budgeting and stuff. So I just had a quick question, or maybe point of inquiry, that I was just wondering if there's a reason why we're doing a 1% TUT instead of something like a 0.5 or 0.25 TUT that might be more realistically accepted by the city of Cerritos. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to wait, I'll have staff respond. Thank you.
So with regard to different options for a sales tax, we were happy to take direction from the city council and explore various options if so directed. We have the ability to claim up to 1% additionally, but depending on the direction from the city council, we can put a different amount on the ballot.
We have not made that decision yet, so all options are on the table.
Okay.
But thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Anybody else? You'd like to come up again?
The issue I have is with public safety. You had openly stated in your recall petition 19 times, and I'm going to help you understand something in a psychological operation and in marketing, you repeat 3 things. You repeat an item 3 times. You guys did it 19 times. All you did was say racism. And now I have a man at my front door stalking me and calling me a racist. And I've tried to get you that information. Did any of you see it? Did any of you see it? You did see it? Okay. How would you feel if that was the front of your house? You see? So I don't feel safe. And I told you, later on in the public hearings, you're going to see where you lied to the public and you've harmed people. And the man that assaulted me again today and told me he's openly harassing me. I've gone to the police multiple times, and all they do is write it down. He's on video. He's in front of my house. Fire department, the people that used to work for the fire department that live on my block are warning me of this man. Ex-police officers are warning me of this man. There's people sleeping on my front yard. Is anyone helping me? Is anyone helping me? Linda, this is you calling me a racist, and this is a man yelling at me in my front yard because of what you said. You're a disgrace.
Do we have any other speakers? Yes, please come up. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Kavisha Prajapati. I didn't plan on making a public comment today, but I'm a resident of Cerritos. I actually just moved back from graduating law school. I went to school with both of your daughters, Mayor Pro Tem Polito and Councilmember Yokoyama. I went to Leal and then Whitney. Regarding the budget, I have been hearing conversations from my neighbors. They're really concerned about the cuts of the cow bus and the decreased hours of the Cerritos Library. I've heard it's not open on Sundays anymore, and it closes early. It used to close at 9 p.m., and now it closes at 7. And I think there is a lack of transparency as to why these closures have happened. The cow bus specifically helps a lot of senior members, especially those who don't have cars and don't want that access to transportation. And we are very curious to know why those cuts have happened and how that, adds into the city's vision.
Thank you. Robert, can you please briefly explain the history of our discussions that we've had on the cow bus and the history of discussions we have had on the library?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So with regard to the cow, the city's actually had city council meetings on the topic of public transportation multiple times over the past couple of years. We did an assessment of our transit services, which included surveys of riders and actual observations of the data. And it was determined to ultimately, because of funding constraints, to use the city's available transportation funding for the Dial-A-Ride. And the City Council recently approved a contract to have a new Dial-A-Ride service, a new Dial-A-Ride service provider start beginning of July. At the same time, the decision was made to end the cow service at the end of this month. It was determined that because there was very little ridership, the cost of providing the service didn't match the demand for the service. So our focus is now on Dial-A-Ride. It is available for seniors in the community and also disabled residents. So any member of the community who would like to participate, they can call City Hall. With regard to the library, this time last year, we had considerable discussion about our budget, and because of a potential budget deficit, a decision was made to close the library 1 day a week. It is currently closed on Sundays, but open all 6 other days of the week, Monday through Saturday. And that was because of budget constraints, and we are looking at the budget this evening at potentially other facilities as well.
Thank you. Yeah, please note that the council has robust discussions and considerations when we implement policy. Thank you.
Am I able to ask a follow-up question?
Mm-hmm.
Regarding the Dial-A-Ride, my neighbor has been having issues contacting them, and she's saying there's not enough people funding it or just making an appointment, and she's a senior citizen. It's hard for her to get to her healthcare appointments. So are there more resources I can get on that?
Thank you, Robert.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to ask our Director of Community Development to meet with the resident and exchange information so we can address those concerns.
And thank you for speaking tonight. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? All right, thank you. I really appreciated the questions and concerns that our residents have brought forth. It's not often that we have members of the public that come to our meetings, but we hear you and we hear the concerns. And what I've heard tonight was very much concern for public safety. So if I could ask Ryder to please come back up and to explain public safety cuts was not at the direction of this council. We've not made any decisions. We've not said or suggested that we make cuts. However, I want Robbie Ryder to please explain why it was on the list and why was it at the top of the list?
Yeah, I'll answer the second question first, which is no particular reason of ordering on the list. The list was just thrown together. Something had to be at the top. It happened to be at the top. Probably in some ways, it is one of the more significant cost centers. It's probably also one of the easiest ones to identify costs associated with because there's very specific line programs and contract services that we have a strong idea about what those costs are. And in my experience, it's usually eye-opening when people realize what some of those services cost. So it's helpful if you're trying to provide sample cost to provide some of those examples. Those were not directed by city staff to put that list together. And naturally, if you look at any city budget, you want some representative sampling of services. Usually public safety is a top service area. In your case of City of Cerritos, it's number 2 after Public Works budget for an allocation. So it only makes sense to put it on there. Suggestion is not to cut that. It's simply to provide a sampling of what those cost options are. And I think for several members of the task force, they were surprised at what it costs for having a sheriff deputy in the city, for example.
Thank you, Ryder. So please know, and I want to reassure the community, we are not looking to cut public safety. As Ryder had said, it's just provided as information to show the costs of what we pay for public safety. And if you see on page 62 of the report of the Resident Budget Task Force, there was a unanimous vote to keep public safety. Nobody's asking the public to cut it. Nobody's, recommending. We're, we haven't reached the part of the budget yet, which is 9B on tonight's agenda, where we'll talk about it. But if you stick around, I can assure you, none of us are going to cut the sheriff's department. So, but thank you for your concerns, because that helps us as we communicate with our residents, and we'll be mindful of what we say to our residents. And certainly, public safety is very alarming to many of you, and so I will be mindful of that moving forward. Okay, since there's no public comments, no questions, any more questions to Ryder or the city council? I mean, to the city manager or to staff? If not, we'll go ahead and go into comments from my council colleagues. Anybody?
I have comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Council member.
Thank you, Mayor. And it was shared with me that maybe a comment I made to you might have been rude, and I apologize if I said anything to you rude. I apologize for offending you in any way.
Thank you,
Mayor.
council member.
And you know that I've enjoyed these 4 years working together with you on the city council. Thank you so much for
Yes.
everything you've done for the city of Cerritos. These 4 years, you've made such an impact.
Thank you, council member.
So I'm not in support of a sales tax, a TUT. I've read 9A and 9B. I've been paying attention to the meetings, the community sessions. I've heard our consultant speak from Trepepi Smith, Ryder. Thank you, Ryder, for explaining the information. It's not time for a TUT. I am not in support of a TUT. At any percentage. And but what I am 100% in support of is public safety. I've always been in support of public safety, 100%. I've promised the residents ever since I got elected to the city council in 2017 that I will keep Cerritos safe. I will prioritize public safety on this city council. Since 2017, I've had to be the voice to fight back against the other council members who wanted to get rid of crossing guards, stop the city paying for crossing guards. At least 2 times I've had to speak against council members who wanted to get rid of Skynight. Thank you to the residents who came into this chamber and spoke in support of crossing guards, spoke in support of Skynight, and together we pushed back on those council members who wanted to cut crossing guards and wanted to cut Skynight, and that's why we still have crossing guards to this day, and we still have Skynight to this day, because the residents spoke, and I supported them 100% on Skynight and crossing guards being an important part of keeping Cerritos safe. Another thing, by the way, Ryder, Santa Fe Springs sales tax rate is 11%. Not 10.75%, okay? So Just wanted you to know that that's one of the things I noticed when I was reviewing the report, comparing our sales tax rate, our lower sales tax rate to all those other cities that are higher than ours. Santa Fe Springs is 11% because earlier this year they approved another 0.25% increase, and they got about $4 or $5 million annually from that. So now they're at 11%. Okay. So our public safety expenses in the upcoming 26-27 budget is over $23.5 million. I am in support of fully funding public safety. I am in support of keeping Cerritos safe. I would need the staff, and I would need Captain Drew Strong and Public Safety Manager Ryan Carey to show me clearly that any cut to public safety would not result in any reduction in the safety of our city and of our residents. So my starting point is no cuts to public safety. I want to bring up points because people, I'm so happy we have passionate residents, engaged community members that come and speak. But I have to please share facts with the residents, because I don't like it when our residents are misinformed. So in addition to our eyes in the sky, Sky Night, that keeps our deputies on the ground safe from criminals when we're trying to catch those criminals on the ground. And we share Sky Night 50-50 with the city of Lakewood, because over the years, a number of cities backed out. They backed out, and the only two cities that are committed to the safety of their residents by using Sky Night is Cerritos and Lakewood. I need to let the residents know that Cerritos and this city council is working together to find out new technology, new methods of fighting crime. And that's why the city of Cerritos has an established drone program. The city of Cerritos has an established drone program. And we've talked about it in these chambers multiple times. And Captain Drew Strong has reported on it multiple times. So we have drones. And we also we are one of the first cities to have the virtual deputy program to allow our residents even more access to deputies, more convenient access, more access to deputies through the virtual deputy program. And here in LA County, in the 88 cities of LA County, there's only a handful of cities in LA County that have drones and the virtual deputy program. Isn't that right, Captain Drew Strong?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah, and guess what? There's only one city in all of LA County, that has drones, the virtual deputy program, and Sky Night, right?
That is correct, sir.
So this council, we're doing everything we can to keep Cerritos safe. And I thank the residents who came in and talked about their terrible, horrific experiences about dealing with residential burglary. But ever since this city council got together, working together since March of 25, and I was honored to be the mayor selected by this council with my fantastic Mayor Pro Tem, Linda Johnson. Ever since we started working together, and together we prioritized from day one keeping Cerritos safe. For 2025, residential burglaries reduced 37%. Residential burglaries went down 37% in Cerritos by the end of 2025. And so far this year, in a report I got from Public Safety Manager Ryan Carey, residential burglary, and this is for this year, residential burglary is down 43.5%. Overall, total burglaries are down 41% from the same period last year. All property crimes are down 30% from the same period last year. I pulled this information from the monthly crime stats report, which is on the city website, safercerritos.com, safercerritos.gov, safercerritos.gov. Okay? But I'm not saying that means success and we're done. I want the residents to know we want Cerritos to be the safest city we can be, and we're going to continue prioritizing safety, and I'm going to support fully funding public safety with no cuts because safety is my #1 priority as one of the 5 council members. And the 5 of us working together, that's why we had a 37% reduction in residential burglaries at the end of 2025. And that's why we have a 43.5% reduction so far this year. And we're going to keep demanding Captain Drew Strong to keep working to keep Cerritos safe, to keep suppressing residential burglaries. We are so thankful to our Neighborhood Watch and all of our hardworking Neighborhood Watch captains who are working together with the deputies to keep Cerritos safe and to suppress residential burglaries, and our VOPs, volunteers on patrol. And I think that these huge percentage reductions in residential burglaries, I believe Southwest Patrol had something to do with that. Because Southwest Patrol is driving on our residential streets in your neighborhoods around 3 or 4 times a day. Okay, maybe you're home, maybe you're not home, but the marked Southwest Patrol car is driving up and down your specific residential street 3 or 4 times a day. So another thing, I have to correct the misinformation. One of the public speakers said, why can't our city be like other cities? And then they just put out a list of cities, and the first one they said was Fullerton. And Fullerton is doing awesome. Why can't Cerritos be like Fullerton? So here's an example of an article from March 23, 2026 from the Fullerton Observer. And the headline is, Fullerton's $10 million budget crisis and the challenge of rebuilding trust. The city of Fullerton is grappling with a significant financial crisis, facing a projected $13.7 million deficit for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Fullerton's financial stability has eroded, leaving officials scrambling to address mounting fiscal challenges. So when somebody tells us, why can't we be more like Fullerton? I don't know about you, but I want to do better than this in our city. So I don't want to cut Sky Night. I don't want to cut Southwest Patrol. I don't want to cut public safety, even though right now in the 26-27 budget, public safety expenses are $23.5 million. But our residents value safety. I've seen that since I've been in the council since 2017. Our residents value public safety. Actually, another way I could say it, our residents don't put a value on public safety. They just want public safety. So I'm gonna keep working with my city council colleagues to keep Cerritos safe. We're gonna work together with the Captain Drew Strong and Public Safety Manager Ryan Carey, and with all the neighborhood watch captains and with all the VOPs. And we're gonna keep Cerritos as safe as we can. We're gonna suppress residential burglaries as much as we can. I wanna help the resident who doesn't want people speeding on her residential street in Granada Park. I want us to have more speed trailers that warn speeding neighbors that they're driving too fast on your residential street. I'm sad for her that she has to see dead cats in front of her house. And we got to figure out how to do this, as far as I'm concerned, without a TUT. That's my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief on the topic of public safety. I echo the sentiments of Councilmember Yokoyama. I don't want to see any cuts to public safety. In my 11 years on the City Council, over 3 terms, I've been a strong vote for always increasing it to meet the needs of the community when it comes to public safety. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lopez, is the $23.5 million that we're funding, fully funding public safety, the most that the city has ever spent on public safety in its history?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Mr. Yokoyama had mentioned that he had fought to fully fund public safety, also to protect Skynight. I remember when I had the fight at this dais against a couple of council members who wanted to negotiate by getting rid of Skynight, and the only way to keep it was if they would cut funding from the local paper. You know, I mean, that purely was a personal agenda, and it disgusted me. But I stood up then, and I'll stand up again to protect Skynight. I'm very grateful that we have drones in this city, the latest technology. Captain Strong, thank you for that, and all those who administer that program. But I want the maximum. I want the maximum. Because many community members came here tonight to talk about the concerns about people hopping over the fence that borders 195th Street. You know, I get constant texts and emails and phone calls from friends and neighbors, not just in my zone, but throughout the city, alerting me of concerns that they have in their neighborhood, and these are all valid concerns. And the one thing that we can do is adopt a budget that reflects the concerns, the priorities, the needs of our community. I think Mr. Yokoyama was saying that we are the only city that has drones, the virtual deputy program, Skynight. Let's add another one. The only city that has its own standalone station in the entire county. And we need to remember that because all the other surrounding cities that people want to compare us to don't have that. But the reason why we have that is because we're fully funding it. And because at the time that we had the redevelopment agency here in the city of Cerritos, we were very wise, not we, this current council, but our predecessors and the community who demanded that they have that. Because I grew up here before we had a standalone station when we were serviced by Lakewood Station. And there was a serious problem with crime throughout the 80s and into the mid-90s. And I've spoken about this over the course of the past 11 years I've been on the council. There was violent crime in Cerritos. There were drive-by shootings. There were family parties broken up. There were people killed, okay? There's a friend of mine who got killed at a party in that very same neighborhood that the lady here tonight was concerned about speeding along Indian Creek and Pine Creek in Granada Park. A friend of mine killed. Okay? So understand that this council, I think collectively, we grew up during those crazy times. Okay? And a lot of the people who moved here since are benefiting from and also came here because of the safe cities that resulted from all of that violence ending. Right? Because I want to say that it's dramatically better in terms of the violent crime, killing, and active gangs warring in Cerritos. If you don't believe me, go ask someone who grew up here. Okay. So anyways, that's one of the reasons why here, as a father, as a husband, as a good son who's primary caretaker of my 85-year-old mom, yeah, I don't sleep fully at night. Any bump at night, any sound on the block, in the backyard, on the side of my house, I'm up. I'm ever vigilant because that's just how I am. And I think a lot of folks here in Cerritos are that way too because it comes from a place of love and care for our family, our loved ones. So anyways, the point I was making about that we're the only city in the county that has its own sheriff's station, I'm so proud of it, is that there were some council members who tried to make a move to study converting to a city-run police station. And I fought real hard against that because I believe in our sheriff's department. I believe in our deputy sheriffs. I believe in our command. And I've always supported each and every one of our captains, especially this captain right here. He's doing an amazing job. And this public safety manager, Ryan Carey. Thank you for your tag team efforts. So anyways, I'm going to wrap up my comments tonight. I'm not going to talk about all the other budget issues, but I do want to just lay it down that I'm in full concurrence with Councilmember Yokoyama that not on my watch will we ever cut public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anybody else?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Hong.
thank you. Good evening, Mayor, my colleagues, and all the residents. First of all, I want to say thank you for those 16 members the residents who participate resident budget task force. Thank you for your opinions and your contribution and your time to work our consultant and our city manager. You put it all together, and I really look at a lot of your reports. It's really, really good suggestions. And again, thanks for all your sacrifice of your time and your participating at the city. But tonight I want to say, I, as someone who generally believes in limited taxation and the care for government spending, I do not support raising taxes lightly. Families and business are already facing economic pressure, and every increase deserves serious consideration. At the same time, we also have a responsibility to maintain the quality of life that our residents expect, like what we were talking about: safety, neighborhoods, clean streets, parks, public safety, and infrastructure that keeps Cerritos strong and competitive, and what Cerritos always stand for. Everybody know this is what Cerritos is all about. That's why they all love to move over to our cities. So the question before us tonight is not simply whether taxes are good or bad. The question is whether this proposal is reasonable, targeted, and responsible for our city's long-term stability. First, we must remain disciplined with spending. Residents deserve transparency and accountability for how these additional revenues are used. And second, we must continue supporting our local hotels and businesses, which contribute significantly to our local economic and tourist activity. And third, we must remember that taxpayers expect us to exhaust efficiencies before asking for additional revenues. It's very, very hard decision, but I believe our council will work so hard to do this. For me, this decision comes down to balance, protecting fiscal responsibility while ensuring Cerritos remain financially strong, competitive, and well-managed for future generation and for our children, our grandchildren. We're looking for long-term, success for this city. We're all together. We want to work it out together, and we're listening to all the residents' suggestions, and we listen to your voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Any council member say?
Thank you, Mayor. When I'm looking tonight's meeting, 9A and 9B, 9A is really the outcome from the residentials, the task force from our residents, a community participating, and they're finding along with our staff present. When you're talking about cuts, there's two things we're looking right now. One is our expenditures are higher revenue right now, so we're running a negative. So when you're running the negative, we did it cutting the community services right away. City Cerritos is community city, and we considered ourselves provided services to the community. But however, when I see the cuts, when you cut, you're cutting the citywide. And I think Mark left already there. When you're cutting the wide, what does that mean? That no focus, not just only community service, cross-funded, starting from the administrator. I think I mentioned to this that. First, I want to thank you, Robert. Yeah, meeting with me constantly, answer my questions, even drone versus skylight. And I see that saves some money from the matter. Actually, drone runs faster than the helicopter. They catch easier. And my neighbors show me. And I'm really glad. Thank you so much, and participate in meeting. You have family. And there was 3 times a meeting with the community and listen to them and share our staff thought about what can we cut. But however, the cuts supposed starting with us first, administrative people first. And how much we're going to cut? The couple things I can recommend, but I need a union negotiation because I know we're having coming up next year. And I know people may not like to hear this. One of the things I think we can cut, review and update job description to reflect current technology operation needs. Second one, consider reassignment, consolidation, and merging of position where appropriate. Look beyond the hiring freeze and identify long-term efficiencies. When I see one thing, I really want to appreciate it. I think Raymond was on the Zoom asking, how come we have 4 staff? I want to thank you, Mayor. I brought it up, and she mentions how many managers we have in that level. And I want to thank you. We have 4. I remember when Agluji was on, we have Tori, Agluji, and Kathy, and we also have Ryan. Am I right? After Kathy left.
That's wrong.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
How many we have that time?
We did not have Ryan.
We didn't have Ryan. Okay. So, but do we merging one position that we mentioned about it? Do we? Because I remember office upstairs, you should have 4 rooms to operate. But right now we only have 3 rooms plus we give 1 room to attorney. Do we?
That's correct. As noted earlier, we have 3 executive staff in the city manager's office, and city attorney also has a presence.
Do we have cut any one of the managing position?
One of the positions was removed when preparing this year's budget.
Okay, thank you. So that need to be recognized. I want to thank you so much on that matter. Merging position is one of the things that we probably need to look into it. From my personal experience, we do have to when it happen. When we have 1 director oversee more than 1 department now. We oversee 4 departments merging that. That considered in the future related to union might have to reconsider union contract. And reducing weekend. Right now, I know we're trying to cut the weekend staff, but when I look around, especially last Sunday, the past Sunday, the park has become really terrible. I mean, it's like the city that I've been working with, the trash flows everywhere, and we not pick up the trash on the weekend. If that would look into it, I would not support that. I think we need to look in probably going to union contract too. We probably need to see, this is a 24-hour service, not 24 hours, say 12 to 18-hour service to city. How come we don't have weekend people, the month number compared to regular Monday through Friday? Most likely people only
Councilmember
work.
Hong, we are on 9A resident budget task force findings.
Is this a Saturday, Sunday including it?
9B is when
Okay,
9B is when we talk about the cuts.
That's why I was a little bit 9A and 9B. People starting recommend sales tax, no sales tax. Because I verified at the beginning, 9A is a report, am I right? To listen to the report. So again, I do want to, for my colleagues supporting community safety, I think I have to want to agree that too, because I too had a true experience, broken house. 2 times, 1990 and again last 3 years ago. People have to work together. I think I'll say the one thing, we can't finger point to each other's. Here our council member, former mayor, Mr. Frank Yokoyama has mentioned about had to say how good we are. I think what we need to do is what is our pride right now to the city, how people feel about it. Tonight, people still staying here. I think we should be proud of our city compared to other cities. We have CCPA. We have such a beautiful swimming pool, but right now has some issue there. First, other cities don't have it. And we have all the things we have here. Why can't we work together? Why can't we looking forward to say, hey, what can I do, like Al said? And I want to thank you again for the people who love the city, who care about the city, and I think let's work together. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I wanted to add on to my remarks. I failed to make mention of something that I wanted to talk about when I was talking about how it was violent in Cerritos back in the day. Clearly the reason why we try and remain vigilant and fully fund public safety is because, while on our watch, we're going to make sure that Cerritos remains safe, like previous generations had committed to making Cerritos safer during that very violent period, sustained violent period in Cerritos' history. Because tonight there was a young gentleman who spoke to the very murder of his father, and that took a lot of courage. And I just wanted to say to the Garcia family that we remain vigilant and concerned about public safety for incidents just like that. And so I really appreciate that you came out. I am so sorry that Tomito had to come because of the concern that we were going to cut public safety, and I think that's one of the reasons why. I'm shaking heads here that we're in agreement that this is not the direction that we want to go in. If this council, I believe, is in unison. I don't want to make a Brown Act violation here, but I believe that what's in the heart of all of our council members is to continue fully funding public safety. But beyond that, he made a very good point. He made a very good point that before and after the murder, the murderers were in Cerritos, before and after. And so I would like to give Captain Strong the opportunity to say, over the past year, what steps have we taken to improve the safety at Cannabis Park? Because the memory still lingers. And I think this is a moment that we need to reassure our community. So, Captain Strong, if you could address that concern, that ongoing concern about Cannabis Park. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. So Cannabis Park has had a couple issues in the past, that being one of them, which the citizens spoke about earlier, as well as another incident that occurred there as well with the 2 people that were murdered. What we've done to change that is we've increased the patrols over there. and we've implemented a new member of our SAO team, a special assignment team. He's a leader from another station, and he's basically brought the team together, and they're going out and talking to all the homeless individuals that are out there that are experiencing homelessness. They're posting signs. They're giving them notices, 12-day notice to get some help. They're offering them help. The signs have phone numbers on them if they need help. And if they're not gone in 12 days, we help remove them from the location. In addition to that, if they are breaking laws, if they have warrants, if they have anything that any narcotics, anything like that, we're citing them, arresting them, and taking them to jail if they're in possession of that or have warrants. So we've taken some drastic measures to keep it safe, not only there, but in up and down the Wash area, because some of those areas have quite a few people experiencing homelessness in them. And we're reaching out first with a humanitarian effort, like we always do. And then from that point too, we're also providing an enforcement side of that as well. If they're on probation or parole, if they have any contraband, illegal narcotics or something like that on them. In fact, one of the members of the team is in the back today. Deputy Corral has done a fantastic job on the team. So proud of them and everything that they're doing in an effort to help keep our community safe. And also, the unwavering support from council and the mayor and the city manager makes all the difference to help us out. So you guys just keep us going, and we really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Captain Strong. When you say you've stepped up the patrols there, are we talking about deputy sheriffs increasing patrols there, or are we talking Southwest Patrol?
Deputy sheriffs have increased the patrols, especially in Don Knabe Park and the sports complex as well.
Okay.
So they've had quite a presence over there. I'll let Ryan speak on behalf of Southwest Patrol.
Thank you, Mr. Carey.
Yes, on the Southwest Patrol side, their objective is primarily focused or solely focused really on residential burglary abatement. So we really work to try to keep the Southwest Patrol folks in our residential neighborhoods almost exclusively. So Captain Strong's team helps with stuff in our residential areas as well as our industrial and commercial areas, and Southwest is really focused solely on our residential operations.
Okay. I want to ask the follow-up question. Is there other things that we could do to make it safer there for folks? Trim the trees, add more lighting, or lighting that is brighter, like when we converted to LED, higher lumen counts. Anything that you could suggest that could help that we aren't doing already?
I'm not going to suggest something that the community is not doing, but I want to encourage everybody. If you see something suspicious, give us a call. Let us come out there and investigate it. And even if you're not sure and you think, well, this isn't worth calling, please give us a call. Let us make that determination when we arrive. If we don't have reason to stop somebody or detain them, that's fine. But at least if you call us, we can go out there and check it out. And we'll be driving through the area as well to deter any other crime. So please, you guys, the community is the ones that we really rely upon with their sets of eyes out there to see suspicious things and give us a call so that we can react. We're very dependent on you guys to help us out with that, as well as our own deputies that are obviously going to be out there, but they're driving around in a giant black and white car, so they're not quite as hidden as regular community members who are standing out there and seeing something suspicious and giving us a call. So please help us to help everybody else.
I would like to add also, our Public Works team is very proactive in working to address issues related to lights out in the park. If we've got a report of a light out in the park, sometimes we have the chain link fences along the Wash that get cut, and our teams try to get out there as quickly as possible to make sure the fences are all in good working order. So we are really trying to be as proactive as possible in working to address as many of the issues as we can in order to keep the community as safe as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't want to take any more time on this, except I do want to ask Mr. Lopez, if you could ask Mr. Carey or Captain Strong if someone could communicate with the Garcia family. I don't see Mr. Garcia here still tonight, but I believe his mother is here. And it's been a year, and I think it's an important opportunity for us to keep those communication lines open. And if there are any suggestions that we aren't acting on already that maybe that could be communicated to our staff now. Can we do that, Mr. Lopez? Okay. And I just want to say this is an affirmation of her own leadership within one of the hardest hit zones when it comes to residential burglaries right now in this moment. I believe she came here tonight with neighbors who are active also in that zone in solidarity with the Garcia family. So that I want to acknowledge and say that we appreciate you. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I just
Yes,
please
yes, of
comment?
course.
Yeah, so I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Polito that we should always try to figure out how to make Don Kanabe Park and the sports complex as safe as possible. And it was just a terrible, terrible thing that the Garcia family, lost a husband and a father a year ago. He was shot because they were trying to steal his car. And I want to, again, give prayers and condolences to the family. I was glad to find out that the two criminals, the two murderers, La Palma residents were captured and charged. And the district attorney was charging them with facing life sentences in prison. That was the last update I've gotten, and I'm curious how their criminal case went for those two La Palma residents who came into our city and murdered somebody at Kanabe Park for their car. And like Mayor Pro Tem Polito said, is, we always need to learn from these, it's sad that we have to learn from these terrible crimes in our city, but let's learn and let's not let it happen again. Were you gonna let us know what happened to those two despicable criminals?
I'd have to follow up with a homicide detective. So when that occurs, homicide takes over the case. They do the investigation. They present that to the district attorney's office, and they go to court when the proceedings happen. So I can follow up with them, but I know they were charged with homicide. So I can follow up with that and get back to you.
Facing life in prison.
Correct.
So if you could please let the city council know, and we can let criminals know, if you commit a murder in Cerritos, you're going to go to prison for life. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, do we have any other comments? This is on 9A on the Resident Budget Task Force findings. Okay, none. Tonight we have before us the report of the proceedings of the Resident Budget Task Force. First and foremost, I want to extend my appreciation and gratitude to the 16 residents who volunteered their evenings to participate in this vital exercise. You stepped up, and when your city asked for help, and for that we are grateful. This task force represented a level of engagement we have never had before in the city, and it operated on a swift timeline. When this task force was formed, we knew we were facing a serious $4 million mid-year operating deficit, as well as recurring annual deficits looking into the future. Our city manager assembled the task force to ensure a diverse cross-section of our community was involved. He deliberately included some of the city's most critical voices to ensure a robust dialogue. City staff were on hand to address the hard questions. In reading the report, it is clear city staff gave that direction or gave that discussion the time and respect it deserved within the constraints of 3 meetings. What was originally scheduled to be a 6-hour commitment turned into a 9-hour intensive process. Why? Because the committee members were so engaged and wanted to continue conversations, and staff were not about to cut them off. I thank our city staff for extending their evenings to match the enthusiasm of the task force participants. This is the kind of high-level service that Cerritos residents have come to expect. The report we are receiving tonight reflects a fair and transparent process. Every task force member has agreed that the report accurately reflects the proceedings of these meetings. I believe all residents of Cerritos will appreciate the depth of the discourse and the insights they will gather from reading it. We face tough choices. We need to be responsible and make decisions today that will dramatically affect the course of our financial stability a decade from now. This report provides a form of resident feedback we have never done in a budget development process. This is just a start to further engage residents on our budget challenges and general financial understanding as we move forward. I am dismayed, though, that some critics have voiced on social media calling it a farce when they haven't even read the report. I'm especially dismayed because I think it's disrespectful to the majority of the members who dedicated 9 hours of their time and engaged and understood the process. This council has not even begun the discussions of this report, so I don't know how it can be said that they were not listened to. There was a request asking for review on city assets. That requires council direction, and we haven't even gotten there yet. And second, it requires a consultant. That level of analysis requires professional expertise beyond routine staff capacity. An asset valuation is a specialized undertaking. And if that is something the council would like to consider, then we would need to direct city staff, the city manager, to hire a consultant. Just like how this task force was facilitated through a consultant. They are not intended to replace staff or council. They are brought in to provide neutral facilitation, technical expertise, and organized analysis to the discussion so that they can remain focused, productive, and informed by professional standards rather than speculation. For that, I want to thank Ryder Smith of Trepepe Smith for facilitating these meetings. I know that a majority of the 16 members of the task force appreciated being at the table and the work you all did together. I have spoken to many of them and they were glad to be part of the discussion. Another concern brought up in social media as well is the misinformation that the council is cutting public safety. I will say it, I'll keep saying it, that is a complete lie. No city council member has directed cuts to public safety. That would have to be at the direction of the council at a public meeting. And if you wait till item 9B in tonight's agenda, you'll hear discussion on that. But I think we've already heard it tonight that that is not the direction this council is going. Just because public safety was at the top of the list doesn't mean it is a priority. I ask our residents, please do not rely on social media for information. This is what our public meetings are for. It's to ensure that you get accurate information. To the majority of the task force who worked in good faith, thank you. And to those that maybe had concerns, I also thank you as well. And I ask that you please continue to remain engaged and allow the process to happen. I will say this about a sales tax, although it's not even on the agenda to vote on a sales tax, but to not support a TUT, a sales tax measure, is fiscally irresponsible. Unless there's a plan to bring in $19 million to the city, it is undemocratic to all residents if we do not let them decide. So I urge this council to keep an open mind about a sales tax measure. And I urge you to come up where you would like to cut and come up with the deficit that we are facing. That's all I'm asking, is that you keep an open mind. If you have considerations, that needs to be communicated. Simply saying we need to do better, I'm sorry, that's not a solution. We need to lay off people. I'm sorry, that's not a solution either. I support our employees. I support our labor partners. I am not going to entertain laying off anybody. But we do have other ways we can cut. Please bring it to the table, not just to say we can do better. Those are my comments. If At this time, there's a motion to entertain.
I move to receive and file. I move to receive and file agenda item 9A.
Okay, let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you to my council colleagues for accepting this report. Thank you again to Ryder Smith for this convening this task force, and to Robert to implement such a fair and transparent process in their selection of residents. At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. I'll be strict on the 10 minutes. We do have a budget item coming up, and I think we need to refresh so that we can all think with a clear mind. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. The next item is 9B, the budget study session. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. 9B is the first public presentation of the proposed preliminary budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. I'd like to begin by thanking all of our staff from our departments and divisions who worked hard to put this information together and present you a balanced budget, which was the direction of the City Council. Particularly, I also like to thank our Administrative Services Department, Finance and Budget team for the hard work in assembling all the information that the departments had compiled. As noted, we have presented a balanced budget. That was the direction from the City Council. We do have a PowerPoint presentation to go over several data, and we will go as quickly as possible given the late hour. We do want to focus on the conversation and direction from the council on any information that you'd like us to bring back. We do have in the room all of the experts from our various city staff departments and divisions, and so anyone here from our city staff team is ready and available to answer questions on any item that is presented in the preliminary budget. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Drew Schneider, who's going to begin the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's item is a presentation of the fiscal year 2026-27 preliminary combined financial program, otherwise known as the budget, for review and consideration by the City Council. The proposed budget document before you was published on May 1st, 2026 in conformance with the city's charter. This is the second of 3 scheduled public budget study sessions with the City Council this year. This first was held on December 11th, 2025, during which staff presented the City Council with an update on the budget process, and the Council directed staff to relate specific funding allocations towards meeting the City Council priority goals for the upcoming year. At the City Council's request, we held an additional update on March 9th, 2026, in which we presented a forecast of revenues and expenses and options for additional revenues. The third and final study session will be held on June 8th, 2026. It is recommended the City Council carefully review and direct any necessary modifications to this preliminary budget both during tonight's session and the upcoming study session on June 8th in preparation for budget adoption, which is scheduled for a public hearing item for the regular meeting of Monday, June 22nd. The preliminary budget document is available for review by the public either on the City of Cerritos website or by visiting the City Clerk's office in person at City Hall. Next slide, please. This is just a quick review of our strategic plan and the various elements of it. These items were updated on December 12th of 2024 when the City Council adopted it. Again, during the State of the City last year, and just this past December at our City Council meeting for Budget Study Session number 1. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'll breeze through this item pretty quickly because we had an extensive conversation regarding the RBTF. The RBTF was one of many elements in our community engagement approach with this year's budget. This was in an effort to increase transparency and involve residents in discussions regarding the city's long-term fiscal challenges. Engagement efforts including the public City Council discussions, such as tonight's meeting, multiple budget workshops, community meetings, online feedback opportunities, and as previously noted, the creation of a 16-member resident budget task force representing a diverse cross-section of the community. Community workshops and online feedback highlight strong resident interest in transparency, fiscal sustainability, maintaining core services, identifying operational efficiencies before pursuing additional revenue options. Residents consistently emphasize preserving Cerritos' quality of life, public safety, infrastructure, community programs, and economic vitality while balancing on long-term financial sustainability. Next slide, please. So want to bring up tonight just a reminder to the council and the members of the public viewing tonight. This is the definition of a balanced budget from our strategic financial plan and budget preparation policy. So for our purposes, a balanced budget is when recurring expenses and recurring revenues balance out. Next slide, please. Actually, previous slide. Just a quickly note here, and we'll go over these numbers a couple times tonight, but we want to make sure that we are being absolutely transparent with the public and with the council. For this fiscal year, recurring revenues total $132.9 million, and ongoing expenditures a total of $126.6 million. So tonight we are delivering you a balanced budget. However, that $5.4 million in surplus funding will need to go towards capital projects, and other debt obligations. Next slide, please. All right, so as directed on March 9th, we have brought back a dual budget option for the City Council consideration. After evaluating multiple options, a 1% TUT was identified as the option with the greatest long-term revenue potential and with more than half of revenue generated by non-residents, exactly 52.1% as requested earlier tonight. This budget was developed using a dual budget framework to present two potential financial paths for the city. The primary budget assumes no new revenues, includes significant service reductions necessary to align expenditures with existing revenues. The secondary budget assumes approval of a 1% TUT measure, allowing the city to maintain more service levels, while implementing operational efficiencies and prudent expenditure reductions. Staff also evaluated election timing consideration as delaying a potential measure until March 2027 result in approximately $9 million in lost revenue. This framework is intended to provide transparency regarding what services, programs, and infrastructure investments were reduced or restored under each scenario. We will review the detailed financial assumptions and impacts associated with both scenarios later on in this presentation. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So this is our first introduction on what is called the Facility Condition Assessment. This is a multi-month effort led by our Public Works Department and identified some significant ongoing needs for the city in terms of capital projects for our facilities, playgrounds, parks, etc. Within the initial assessment of this report, we've identified $140 million in facility and park maintenance and repair needs that need to be addressed over the course of the next 10 years. This includes a variety of city facilities, and that's just to bring them into a fair grade compliance level. Additionally, there's $70 million in roadway repairs that will need to be funded over the course of the next 10 years in order to maintain streets in their current capacities. $8.8 million in trees, and there's $6.3 million in playground equipment to keep our playgrounds safe and open to the members of our community. In addition to these items outlined here, we are currently completing an ADA assessment in conjunction with the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, and we'll be presenting those details in the coming months. These costs, I would like to note, are not yet reflected in the budget as presented tonight. Long-term financial planning will be necessary to address deferred maintenance and infrastructure replacement needs. Next slide, please. So I want to bring your attention back. This is the slide that we previously shared in our December and our March meetings. This is what our financial forecasts look like at that time. And I want to contrast it with what you're going to see based upon the additional budget cuts and the FCA in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So once again, just kind of remind the council and members of the public watching tonight, based upon what we saw in December and March, without further action, we would run out of money in 2030, 2031. Next slide, please. So this is what our forecast would look like with our general fund forecast without a 1% TUT. You'll see over the course of the next 2 years, our revenues will exceed our expenses based upon the $8.1 million of cuts reflected in tonight's preliminary budget. This is what the camel hump that reflects the increase in ROPS payments or development fee related revenues that we are projected to receive over the course of the next few years. These are what we would call balloon payments at the end of this repayment process. At the end of that repayment process, there will be a steep decline in revenues as we lose that ongoing revenue source. And so that's what you see reflected between 2028-29 budget and the 2029-30 budget is that loss of revenues, where now our expenses are going to greatly exceed our revenues. As you see in this projection here, despite the proposed expenditure reductions, general fund expenditures are projected to outpace revenues beginning the following fiscal year, with structural imbalance continuing to grow over time. Based upon current projections, the city is anticipated to fall below its target reserve levels. Next slide, please. In 2029-30, and below minimum reserve levels the following year, and fully deplete reserves into the 2031-2032 year. Without additional action, the city will need to pursue further expenditure reductions, additional revenue sources, or a combination of both to maintain long-term sustainability. Slide 12, please. Speaking of revenues, if the city were to successfully pursue a sales tax measure, we'd see an increase of $4.55 million in this current fiscal year and $19.6 million in new revenues the following fiscal year. Despite this, the city would need to sustain some portion of the cuts that were presented tonight in order to maintain the financial picture outlined here. but we would be able to restore key services and fund much-needed infrastructure repairs. Next slide, please. So these gray areas, or the beige areas at the top of the slide here, are identified funds that can be used by the City Council in order to fund those long-term maintenance costs, restore key city services, and address long-term obligations. It is now my esteemed pleasure to welcome our Accounting Administrator, Natalie Ikiwa.
Thank you, Drew. In this section, we will provide an overview of the primary budget. Here we have an overview of the projected revenues for the upcoming fiscal year alongside adopted and year-end projected revenues for the current fiscal year. Recurring revenues, which support the provisions of ongoing recurring operating expenditures, are projected at $132.9 million, while one-time non-recurring revenues are expected to be around $12.8 million. Total revenue projections for the upcoming fiscal year are $145.7 million. This revenue is essential in supporting the primary functions of the government, and it is important to constantly monitor and track these resources and make responsible funding allocations with them. As the City Council is aware, the budget consists of three components: the operating budget, the capital improvement budget, and other one-time investments. As shown here, the operating expenditures are proposed at $127.5 million, and the CIP at $24.1 million, with one-time investments at $0.1 million, bringing the total proposed expenditures for next year to $151.7 million. Here we have an overview of the operating budget comparing ongoing revenues and expenditures. For the upcoming fiscal year, recurring revenues totaling $132.9 million support the ongoing expenditures of $127.5 million. The result is a balanced budget with a surplus of approximately $5.4 million. As a reminder, this surplus is only for recurring items and does not include expenditures related to CIP. Here we show the combination of all revenues and expenditures, demonstrating the proposed budget as a whole. Total revenues are projected at $145.7 million, and total operating, CIP, and one-time expenditures at $151.7 million. This results in a combined budget deficit of $6 million. In this section, we will discuss the composition of city funds. This slide displays the estimated fund balances of the city's governmental funds, which include the general fund and its miscellaneous components, special revenue funds, the capital project fund, and an internal service fund. The estimated ending fund balances for these funds is projected to be $135.7 million, aligning with the city's financial reserve policy. Under the general fund miscellaneous portion, staff is proposing to establish a pension stabilization fund. This will commit a portion of unassigned general fund balance to establish a pension stabilization fund in accordance with the city's financial reserve policy. This fund will address the city's CalPERS pension unfunded accrued liability, or UAL. As of fiscal year 24-25, ACFR, the UAL was $84 million, the city's largest liability. The UAL has accrued over the life of the pension plan and occurs when there is a difference in the actuarial determined annual normal costs, which is what the city pays into the plan annually, and the actual plan experience. These differences in experience are outside the city's control and are determined by CalPERS actuaries. The Pension Stabilization Fund will allow the city to proactively manage the UAL and allow additional discretionary payments to further reduce that liability. Here we see a 10-year history and forecast of revenues versus expenditures specifically for enterprise funds. As you can see, expenditures have consistently outpaced revenues over the years. Even with the implementation of increased water and sewer rates beginning in February of 2026, expenditures are forecasted to exceed revenues by $2.9 million in fiscal year 26-27. The rate schedule is designed to close this gap over the established 5-year period. Now we will dive into citywide revenues. The city has seen strong gains in available resources over the last decade. The chart here shows the growing trend of all revenues, both recurring and non-recurring, over the last 10 years and across all funds. Recent years and the current revenue forecast for next year depict stagnant growth, with projected combined revenues for the upcoming fiscal year at $145.7 million. The general fund accounts for about 70% of all city revenues. The breakdown of those general fund resources is shown here. Sales tax accounts for the largest portion of general fund revenue at $44.5 million. This is followed by the use of money and property category, which includes revenue generated through the city's ground rent and investment portfolios, and is projected at around $22.7 million, with all other general fund revenue categories coming in at approximately $34 million. As previously shown, the city's primary source of recurring revenue is sales tax. It makes up approximately 1/3 of the city's combined annual revenue streams and is nearly half of all general fund revenues. Here we can see budgeted, actual, and forecasted sales tax for recent and upcoming years. Current economic forecasts and their impact on sales tax remain uncertain. The city's sales tax consultant has recently provided updated forecasts for both the current and next fiscal year, which are shown here. These updates show a reduction in the current year's estimate and only modest gains into the next year. This slide shows the long-range history of ground rent and lease revenues. The city is forecasting $11.1 million in ground rent and lease revenue from all of its properties here in Cerritos next year. And this is in line with the current year's adopted budget. The city is a no-low property tax city, which means the city does not assess a property tax on its residents or businesses. However, we do receive an annual subsidy from the county based on a formula that utilizes assessed valuation as a criteria. As you can see, the assessed valuation for 2025 reached $13 billion based on the most recent LA County Assessor's Report. And based on that assessed valuation, the city is expected to receive approximately $5 million in no-low revenues, a modest increase from prior years. Here we have a history and forecast of water enterprise revenues. Notable is the downward trend in recent years. This is in line with the statewide trend of water conservation efforts, and when combined with the increased cost to operate the water enterprise, continues the growing gap between revenues and expenditures and the necessity for general fund subsidies. The new upward trend in revenue can be attributed to the increased water rates. This additional revenue will help close the gap between revenues and expenses. I will now turn it over to David Cirrus, the Acting Finance and Budget Manager and City Treasurer.
Thank you, Natalie. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here tonight to present a preliminary budget expenditure overview for fiscal year 26-27. Next slide. The budget allocates $151.7 million for all city services, programs, capital outlay, and the capital improvement program. This graph shows the 10-year history and the proposed budget for the next fiscal year. This historical chart indicates a steady increase in expenditures over time for the city's combined budget. However, the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27's expenditures is less than the prior years in response to the city's current fiscal challenges. The next slides will show the breakdown of the operating portion of these expenditures. Please note that the estimated actual fiscal year 25-26 budget increased from the adopted budget largely due to carryover capital projects and the emergency repair costs to the C4 well. Next slide. This graph shows operating expenditures by department. The city's ongoing operating costs include personnel, operations and maintenance, and capital outlay, and it's estimated to be approximately $129.3 million of the overall budget. These costs do not include the capital improvements in the CIP. As you can see, Public Works accounts for 36.4% of the proposed budget with $47.1 million. This includes services such as facility and street maintenance, engineering, tree trimming, along with water, sewer, reclaimed water, and electric utilities. Community safety accounts for approximately 18.2% of the proposed budget with $23.5 million and provides law enforcement and code enforcement services to the city. Admin services accounts for 13.4% of the proposed budget with $17.4 million and provides communications and marketing, finance and budget, water billing, human resources, enterprise and support services, and information technology services to the city. Community and cultural services account for approximately 12.2% of the proposed budget with $15.8 million and provides social, recreational, and cultural programs to the city while providing facility rental services. It also operates a senior service center, recreation services, and the municipal library. Next slide. This graph is just a different breakdown of the previous slide's $129.3 million in operating expenditures proposed for the next fiscal year, but shows the composition by category. Here you can see the operations and maintenance account for 57.9% of the total operating budget, or $73.9 million. This includes expenditures such as professional outside services, fees and supplies, and other maintenance costs. Personnel expenditures consume about 42% of the total operating budget, or $53.7 million. This includes city staffing costs, such as earnings, fringe benefits, and overtime. The fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget includes a 3.1% cost of living adjustment to salaries that was part of a prior established labor negotiation. Lastly, we can see that capital outlay is less than 1% of the operating budget at approximately $100,000. This includes capitalized equipment over $10,000, such as motor vehicles and machinery. This is a significant decrease from the prior year's budget, reflecting budget measures implemented for this budget. Natalie, if you can read back. This $129.3 million does not reflect the hiring freeze that was presented in the other budget slides. The capital improvement program for the next fiscal year is proposed to be $24.1 million for projects that are mainly focused on one-time improvements throughout the community. Efforts were made to identify and utilize one-time resources such as restricted and surplus revenues, fund balance, grants, and reimbursements to meet the objective of protecting general fund reserves wherever possible. The following slides highlight some of the proposed activities with the program, all of which are available in the budget document at both a summary and detailed level. Next slide. The CIP includes a 5-year forecast for projects. While infrastructure investments remain essential, available resources are limited, and the city must balance current capital needs against long-term operating and financial pressures. Here we can see the proposed fiscal year 26-27 CIP budget of $24.1 million, a reduction of about $10 million from the prior year, followed by a significant decrease in the following 4 years CIP expenditure projections. This proposed budget and forecast reflects a limited and prioritized program directed towards the most critical needs and highest priority projects, while minimizing the use of general fund reserves. This forecast is updated each budget cycle to reflect changing priorities and resource levels. Here we have an overview of the CIP broken down by classification type. As you can see, the largest allocation is to streets and highways classification at $10.8 million. Major investments in this category include the annual arterial street rehabilitation, the annual residential street rehabilitation, the Valley View Avenue street rehabilitation, along with ongoing improvements to sidewalks, curb ramps, transportation infrastructure to support safety, accessibility, and pavement preservation throughout the city. Water improvements see $6.4 million in proposed projects, which include the C4 groundwater well treatment project, the Los Cerritos pump station electrical upgrades, and the rehabilitation of the C1 well engine, the C2 booster station engine, to strengthen the water system reliability and continued delivery of essential water services. The other project classification includes an enterprise resource planning system upgrade, enterprise permitting and licensing software, and the annual citywide catch basin retrofitting. This totals about $3.7 million. At this time, I'd like to turn over the presentation to City Manager Robert Lopez to present the remaining slides.
Thank you, David. In the budget, which is several hundred pages long, we've identified several reductions of line items in an effort to achieve a balanced budget. In order to make it easier for the city council and any member of the public to have an easier look at what is proposed to be cut, we have several exhibits or appendices attached to the budget. The first of these is Appendix G, which starts on page 372, and which contains a list of several cuts that are included in the proposed preliminary budget. They're summarized broadly here on the screen, and they're enumerated in more detail beginning on that page. It also has been attached to the agenda report itself as Exhibit 5, so it's easier to access. We would gladly take direction from the City Council as it relates to any of these items. Based on discussion that occurred earlier, I would offer that if the City Council would like to retain the Sky Night program, we can update the figures in the budget given that direction at the appropriate time. The next list that we provided, which is Exhibit 6 to the staff report, and it's Appendix H on the budget document. There's several items that were not even put in the budget. These are items that are new initiatives, they're best practices, items that, if funding were available, would be good for the city to do as a municipality, but have not been included in the budget. We felt it was important to highlight these because there's lots of great ideas out there that come from the community, from the council, and from staff. But with a constrained budget, we just don't have the resources to pursue those great ideas. So we have listed all of those in that exhibit, and we'd be happy to answer questions about any of those as well. And lastly, we have under Exhibit I, Appendix I, to the budget, which is attached as Exhibit 7 to the staff report. With the proposed dual budget, as was directed by the council, if a new 1% TUT were to be enacted by voters this year in November, we have identified items that could be, that are proposed to be cut, but that could be restored, and those are listed in this exhibit. This would include if facilities are closed as part of the budget adoption, we could reopen them. If they're closed 1 day a week, we could restore those schedules, as well as several infrastructure and public streetscape projects like sidewalk program restoration, pine tree reforestation. As currently proposed in the budget, we are proposing to suspend the pine tree reforestation program because of limited funding. Other cuts that are included are turning off the fountains citywide and not running the fountains and expending the costs associated with that until additional funding is available, and some other maintenance-related items that would simply be deferred. But if a sales tax were to be adopted, there are several items that we would recommend enacting immediately in the new fiscal year, and then this time next year, we could look in broader detail about other ways of using that additional revenue as we consider the 27-28 fiscal year budget. I do want to summarize the dollar amounts that were mentioned by our staff team earlier. We have on the screen two tables. The left table is a primary budget. That is the default budget, which assumes no sales tax. That's our existing scenario. And the total amount of cuts that were identified in that previous exhibit I referenced amount to $8 million, $8.1 million in reductions. We also are deferring or not including $3.5 million in projects, services, initiatives. And at the end of the day, what we have presented in the budget is a balanced budget, which is defined as recurring operations. That's revenues minus expenses. That's a net surplus of $5.4 million. But as was noted with when you add in one-time expenditures such as the capital improvement program, we actually are spending $6 million more than what we are earning. That is the budget as presented today. In the secondary budget, which right now assumes a 1% transactions and use tax, the 1% sales tax, we would restore about $4.1 million in projects. Those are items that I mentioned, like the pine tree reforestation, sidewalk repair, and reopening facilities that are closed 1 day a week. That would result in an increased surplus for the new fiscal year and a lower deficit with all funds combined. So that would set us up for a better position this time next year, looking at the 27-28 fiscal year. It's important to note again that if a sales tax were to be enacted in this coming fiscal year, it would be approximately $4 million in new revenue from the TUT. The $19.1 million figure is a full year amount that we would realize in the following fiscal year if adopted. And we are continuing the effort to get public comment and, of course, to get direction from the City Council. So after tonight's meeting, I've actually scheduled meetings with several community groups over the next few weeks to talk about what's going on in the city and also to talk about our current budgetary situation. The next formal action to be taken by a city body is the approval of the CIP or recommendation or finding that the CIP conforms with the city's general plan by the city's planning commission. Following that, we have another budget study session scheduled in the first meeting in June, and the second meeting in June will be reserved for final budget adoption, incorporating any and all changes that have been directed by the City Council. So with that, I would again like to thank all of our staff who are here late this evening for all their hard work and attention to minding the city's budgetary constraints and presenting a budget and a series of programs and services to continue to offer what the city has been doing for several years, but in a slightly reduced fashion. All of us here are available to answer questions from the council. We really want to provide you the information that you need to provide direction and make important decisions. So with that, I will turn the floor back to the mayor.
Thank you, Robert. And again, I also would like to thank all the departments that are here. Admin services, you guys are sitting in your department. So we have the theater, we have cultural and community, we have community development, we have public works, public safety. You guys are all here tonight, so thank you. Did I miss anybody? Water, most important. Thank you. Thank you. So this is, the budget meetings is a long process. I kind of want to take it in a different direction tonight. So first, I'm going to open it up for public comments. And then I'd like to have thorough discussion with this council, like engaging with each other. In the past, we would just kind of give direction to city manager, but I actually want to have a conversation with my colleagues on what we're going to do with this budget. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to public comments. Do we have any speakers for tonight? I have 4 here on my screen. I don't know. Oh, Keanu, Gilbert, David Pileman, Deborah Berry. All right, there are none here. How about on?
David Pileman's here.
He nodded no. He said no. A no meaning not wanting to speak yet. Huh? Okay. Or do we have any call-ins?
Yes, Mayor. Speaker Raymond Kim, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I understand, conflicts of interest and all that stuff. Again, nothing personal, just, this is where we grew up 40, 50 years. Our parents are, living, making, fixing, trying to live every day, right? So when you look, so I want to go back to this, some line items that I think a lot of people don't know. Actually, very few people would know about it. So if you look closer at the overhead charge to the water fund, so just so you know how ridiculous some of these line items are, that should definitely be looked at. The Director of Public Works is allocated $15,000 in overhead, which is, very reasonable, justified. Engineering is $85,000, very reasonable, justify, engineers, right? We need water engineers to actually, get our water wells operational. But when you look at these other overhead entries, like the city manager's office has a total of $374,000 of overhead allocated. City clerk, $205,000. The finance department, $316,000. This is all in the fiscal year 2025. A water fund overhead. It's just, like, I don't know, these line items are just very staggering. And I know that, unless, a resident says it, it's not going to be said. So, which is why I really want to focus on this. There's a GJ250313 line item, $479,000, and there's no description of what even that line item is. And there's dozens of line items like this where there's no explanation in the overhead, and we have no idea. And it's so much more than what we're allocating to the director of public works or water engineering. Now, I know, these line items should definitely be the first to be looked at. And, I personally, I'm not really, in favor of layoffs as a first option, but, I would like, I think it is important that as, there's natural retirements, we need to take, we need to ask the current staff, who's willing to, bring, to be able to take on more responsibility. And obviously with AI, that's going to help with a lot of the productivity. So, if anything, it just, it'll actually help increase the knowledge of a lot of staff. But yeah, something definitely we should be looking at, and to see who's willing to do that.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Carla Gilheis, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Great. This topic is so important. I wanted you to know that I'm actually calling you from Tokyo, Japan. With what I've seen tonight, there is a lot of good information out there. However, this should just be the beginning of you guys digging in. The comments that Raymond just brought forward, just start there. Just look at all of those overhead, those indirect costs. They are astonishing for a city of our size. And for the mayor to make a comment that she's not even going to entertain looking at the size of the city staff and addressing, are we overstaffed in some areas and understaffed in some others, that shows short-sightedness on the part of the mayor for not looking at all possibilities to balance this budget. I just really feel that, when we get comments like this whole thing we are saying on social media, it's a farce. It is a farce when the only options that the task force is given is the opportunity to cut community safety and service. That's a complete farce. That was never a true option. 2 other council members tonight said that was never a true option. So I think we need to stop showboating and really get our pencils out, sharpen them, dig down, and understand why this budget has so much fat in it. Let go of some of our idols, like the CCPA, the golf course, the power plant, and really dig in and balance this budget. Thank you. That's all I have for tonight.
And Mayor, there are no other participants requesting to speak. For the record, I will announce that prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the 4 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 9B. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Thank you. And thank you to the speakers that called in and for those that spoke here in public. And I just want to encourage anybody that has a question about the budget. Our staff is very transparent. Our staff is very available. They have offered many times to those speakers to come in and to go over the budget, and that offer is still on the table. So if you have a question about the budget, please come in and we can go over it with you. All right, any more speakers for tonight? I will close public comments. So what I'd like for us to do, like I said, is to talk about the way I want to attack this budget is first to go through the cuts that were on pages 373 and 374. And for ease of discussion, staff has actually prepared a packet for you like this, you know, where you could kind of take notes. I know this is just a portion of the budget that needs to be discussed, and there are other sections that need to be discussed, but I kind of want to start here so we can get the conversation going, given that we just finished a report out from the from Ryder Smith. So just want to say that, you know, when you trim a tree, you snip away at the top before you hack it at the base. We don't want to cut down the whole tree. We want to trim it. I'm not saying we not eliminate services. I just want us to be very thoughtful before we start chopping away. Because once you chop it away, it doesn't come back. We want to save some of the tree. So therefore, when we consider staffing adjustments, reduce hours at facilities rather than closures, maybe fee increases, defer capital projects, we need to still preserve core services. That's what a city does. So we're going to talk about this line by line, and to simplify it, I will bring up each description that is being mentioned under the cuts, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues whether there's an appetite to save it or to cut it, and we can kind of take a straw vote from there. Remember, what you're voting tonight is really not a formal vote. It's we'll see how the direction goes. You know, if there's a clear vote like public safety, okay, yes, we're not going to cut public safety. But if there's kind of discussion where, you know, some want it, some don't want it, I just kind of want to get that straw vote and kind of get direction so we can help staff come back for the next budget meeting. It's a long list, and keep in mind, city budget is not like a household budget. We have legal mandates, public safety requirements, obligations, things that don't exist in a household budget. Therefore, we cannot compare it to that. And with that said, let's approach each decision with responsibility and thoughtfulness. All right. I don't know if you guys have this as well, the staff.
Mayor.
We'll try to make it as simple as we can.
Mayor,
Yes,
you know, you're the mayor, and
that's right.
I respect your explaining the process you want to go through. After that, are we going to have the chance to ask questions?
Yes.
Okay.
All righty, here we go. Implementation of a citywide limited hiring freeze, $1.7 million. Do we have any thoughts on that? I'll start like down the row. We'll go down the row. Sophia Say. You support a hiring freeze. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question. Is this subject to meet and confer with our employee unions?
No, we're not. Seeing the city attorney also wanting to speak, we're not proposing any change in work scope at the appropriate time that positions are needed and we can make a hiring decision. That doesn't change. It would just defer potential filling of positions, but I'll defer to Pam if she wants to add anything else.
Depends on what the staffing levels that were guaranteed in the MOU, if there are any staffing levels guaranteed in an MOU. To the extent that there's not, you can freeze vacant positions with respect to the discussion about hiring an employee to fill a position where it's left vacant due to a separation or retirement. The effects of that non-hiring would potentially have to be subject to meet and confer under the effects bargaining requirement for MMBA.
Oh,
Thank you. Appreciate it. And at this time, how many positions are vacant, unfilled?
I believe full-time positions, approximately 29, I think, 29.
Yeah, I'd like to wait to hear more information at our future meeting and to give our legal counsel an opportunity to get back to us on my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Hung.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I remember right, from last year when we were talking about the budget approval, you were talking about we still have 15 positions that we need to fulfill. Is that has been all done or not yet?
We're always having people cycle through, people leave to retire or move to other opportunities or get promoted and then their former position is vacant. So the number's always changing, and at the time, that's what it was. Many of those positions have been filled, but new ones have opened up.
I see. So what if we were gonna do the freeze? That means we were talking about we have to think about how we're gonna do it, right? I mean, you cannot just say we want to freeze, but without further study, like Mayor Pretend was talking about. Am I right?
There is, an impact to our operations when a position's not filled, as all employees here can attest. But we have to strike a balance between our budgetary constraints and the operational needs.
Thank you.
Okay. So what are your thoughts then, council member? You want to?
I was thinking if we're gonna do the hiring freeze, I would like to really review the situation. And once we approve it, that means it's hiring freeze. You cannot say, well, whatever empty spots we need to fill up or whatever, because this, like we're talking about, this number is including what? You're talking about total amount of this much. So if we're gonna freeze, we're not gonna hire anybody else, or you still have to fill up those vacancies.
So my recommendation, it's referred to in the document as a limited hiring freeze, meaning when a position becomes vacant, sort of the default understanding is that it won't get filled right away unless I feel there's an overriding operational need, given other factors looking at that specific operation. I would determine more carefully what positions have to be filled right away if there's a vacancy versus sustaining others until such time there's funding.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Yokoyama?
No comments.
No comments. All right. So, yes, go ahead, Mark.
I have a follow-up question. When, Mr. Lopez, when you say that when a position goes vacant, that you wouldn't rush to fill it, how do you intend to manage that? The remaining staff take up more responsibility with the same pay?
It depends on the situation. In some cases, tasks can be assigned to others who it's within their job description to do those tasks. Or sometimes a person is named an acting duty position, acting duty pay, and they'll get paid, compensated accordingly. So it's different in different cases depending on the position and what other positions there are within that operation that can assist.
Okay, so right now there are 29 positions that should be filled, but they're not yet. And so right now there are X number of existing staff members who are taking up the duties that aren't otherwise being taken care of by 29 individuals. And are these full-time positions that are unfilled?
Those are full-time positions. It may be a combination of other staff, helping out to fulfill additional work, or some work is not getting done or being delayed because of the vacancy.
And historically, is 29 positions unfilled low, or is that extremely high?
Good evening, Councilmember. Thank you for the question. There's been a wide variety of, this number has fluctuated quite a bit over the course of the last 10 years, but 29 is about average if you look at the last 4.
And when was the last time we've had a hiring freeze in the history of the city?
In prior budget cycles, there was a hiring freeze, I believe in COVID, at that year because of a lot of uncertainty. There was a hiring freeze instituted. Prior to that, I don't believe, I'm looking to those who've been here for a while if there was a prior one.
If I may, please, Mr. Lopez, I will say through the years, there have been times where we would start a recruitment for an empty position or vacated position, and then we would be directed by the city manager's office. This was some years ago, that to basically cease the recruitment. So it wasn't a sort of formal statement that a hiring freeze existed, but de facto it did. And so there were times when we would have a recruitment going and then the city would maybe have a bad quarter for sales tax revenue or unexpected expenses for maintenance. And then we would be instructed to basically not fill positions for a period of time. And we'd often have to wait a year or longer to try to fill those positions.
Got it. That makes sense. I mean, that a city manager, short of being given council direction, that they would use at their discretion, you know, I guess pausing on filling a vacancy, given the specific circumstances. But my question really is, historically, has the city ever, in response to a budget deficit, closed the gap by providing uniformly across the organization a hiring freeze?
The time that I do recall specifically that action being taken more formally was during COVID, during the fiscal year. I believe it was the 2021 or possibly the 21-22. There was direction given by departments, and it was noted in the budget document. The positions were listed, but there was a note saying this is not being filled for this fiscal year.
Okay, but was that due to a budget deficit, or was that just because of the uncertainty resulting from the global pandemic?
It was due to the uncertainty, and the forecasted revenues were uncertain, so it was conservative.
Oh, okay. Okay. And how many positions were not filled during that period of the pandemic?
We'd have to look into that and get back to you.
Okay, great. Another reason why I'd like to just pause and not really take a position on this, but if those concerns could be addressed, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. My thoughts are that it looks like from my council colleagues that there's some kind of pause that's to be taken. Probably perhaps the staff come back with more of a report, or at least responses to some of the concerns that my colleagues have voiced. For me, I'd like to continue. We have 29 positions.
Can I say something?
I'm still speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have a question after you?
After I'm done.
Yes.
We have 29 vacancies. 7 have been onboarded, 6 are interviewing, 16 vacant, not posted yet. These 16 vacant are frontline positions. I'd like to continue the onboarding of the remaining positions that have been budgeted for the 25-26 fiscal year. I'd like to have that immediately. Because moving forward on a limited hiring fees, that is not sustainable. One of the goals of our strategic plan is to retain and recruit, and you can't have that if you hinder recruitment in the future. It makes our workforce unstable. So yes, there are some questions here from this council. If we are not going to, again, these are straw votes, and that seems to be the consensus of the council. Councilmember Say.
Sure. Thank you. One of the things about job description, and we know the job description when we designed the very beginning from Cerritos City, very, very early time until now, a lot of things has been changed. You know, I remember back 2 years, staff has been looking to some job description and look improvement there. When you say cut, you know, you have this all city-wide cut, and that part of the reason also, I think number one, always bring it back to the any meeting, say, hey, hiring freeze. You know, that's one of the options people always look into it. But I'm thinking we need to look into the reconsider reassignment and consolidation and merging a position where appropriate. And the technology has been changed, a lot of things make the staff much easier operating it. Then I do believe we should look into the job description. That will help the hiring freeze too. And I support the hiring freeze because when you get into so negative your budget, you have to find somewhere, but you can't always cut into community services in there. You can't say take this day off, take that day off from the service to the community. But what else we can do on our end, the citywide? Thank you.
Okay, the item before us, or the consideration before us, is implementation of a citywide limited hiring freeze. We are not talking about cuts. Next, suspension of conference training for commissions. What is the thoughts of this council? Councilmember Say? Conferences. It says commissions.
Yes, so just to clarify, this particular line item refers to commission and committee budgets. So currently, or in the current fiscal year, there is budget allocated for commissions for training and meeting. And it includes in part going to conferences to learn more about their subject matter that they're assisting in. The proposal is to, in light of budget constraints, to suspend that conference training, at least for this fiscal year.
Completely what?
Completely, and the dollar amount that has been calculated assumes no conferences for commissioners.
It's not a formal vote. It's just kind of a straw vote just to get where your thoughts are. Should you change your mind again later, that's fine. Just kind of want to get an idea where you're at.
Do we go into this commission and committee that we refer for the conference? Oh, sorry. For this committee, when we send it out, every single one allowed to go, or usually we pick up one person as a representative and come back to share?
Currently, there's no policy or specific direction from the council as to how many commissioners. All commissioners are given the opportunity when information is provided to the city regarding a conference. For example, the Planning Commission, if the California chapter of the American Planning Association has a conference, we provide that information to the commissioners. It's usually the case that not all 5 can go at the same time. It usually ends up being a smaller portion, but they're all provided the opportunity to go. With the proposed amount here would assume no one would go. But we can take direction from the council if there's interest in maybe allocating like one member at a time to go, and there has to be then direction given on how is it decided that which member gets to go.
Yeah, I'd like to limit one person to send it out for training. At least need to know to bring them to update what's the practice for that that section. So I like to limit one, and who to send to? I guess each committee have a chairperson. The chairperson should be able to.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Polito?
So this suggestion is for external training. How does it include our new LEAD program?
There's a separate line item listed on this list that mentions LEAD, which we can talk about later. But this does not include the LEAD program. LEAD program is local trainings conducted by city staff. This subject line item refers to outside training conferences held by trade associations.
I see it. Page 5, 10,000. I like the LEAD program. I like that it's internal. I like that it's supporting directly our commissioners and committee members. And I think it sets a new tradition. So I'm leaning towards supporting this suspension of conference training and meeting expenditures for commissions and committees. But I'm jumping ahead against suspending of our LEAD Cerritos program. It's just gotten off the ground. I believe in it. I've gotten good feedback from participants. And also, these external conferences, a lot of the people who provide the trainings at those conferences are people that are our colleagues, people that we know. And I wonder if we invite them to come provide that here at our beautiful conference center at the Sierra Room in exchange for, I don't know, a nice meal. And just the opportunity to provide that training to our LEAD program participants and any other city staff who aspires towards professional development. I think we might take a situation where we tend to send just a few people away and actually realize some savings and maybe even generate a revenue opportunity over at the Sierra Room if we open it up to other surrounding municipalities. This is a thought.
And we charge.
I mean,
And we charge.
yeah,
And we make
and we
revenue.
charge. Yeah.
I think I like that idea.
So I mean, just explore it. You know, it's an opportunity. Turn a situation where we're spending 41,000. I'm sure we could coordinate something like that on a fraction of that, and then turn it into a revenue generating opportunity instead of leaving our Sierra Room dark during the daytime. Right? It seats like 300. At 30 round tables of 10. Can you imagine if we provided that type of professional development opportunity to all the cities in the Gateway? Just a thought.
Actually, I'd like to see if we can get a report back on that. The feasibility of hosting a conference, not a conference, a day session, a workshop, like the likes of Ryder Smith to come in, or Larry Cosmont to come in, or we need to think of revenue generating ways to bring in money to the city. And that definitely would bring in money. Charge. I like it. But I am for the suspension of conference training for commissions at this point. Jennifer Hong.
Thank you. I've been serving the city for past, before I got elected. I already served the city for 14 years. We never have a chance for any conference. We were never offered because of the budget doesn't allow us to do. First of all, those position committee and commissions are all volunteers, and they are 2 years terms. So within the term, they have the right to resign for whatever reason, personal reason or whatever. So I think I would we try to get on the free on the Zoom meeting, training, or, that would be the best. And otherwise, I would say I'd rather save the money for the time being, because if you look at overall our councils, our meeting expenditures are for 5 of us is 50,000, and we're trying to really save the money and try not to spend all the monies. So if we can save this one, I would suggest to cut it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Yokoyama.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Thank you. So yes, come back with some way we can make money on providing conference training here in our Sierra Room, and the consideration from Sophia Say if we can come back with a number on how much it would cost to send one person. Actually come back with what commissions actually have training, because there are some commissions that just don't have training, or conferences available. So think of those that actually have available conferences and what it would cost to do one person. All right, on the reduction of weekend trash collection at parks on Sundays only, Sophia Say.
Like I said, on the weekend, I see the staff, am I right or wrong, that normally not many on the weekend. We do not assign many staff on that. Am I right or wrong?
We do, on weekdays, our park maintenance staff handles trash collection at the parks. On weekends, when our park maintenance staff are not present, we actually have a contractor that currently comes to empty trash cans at the parks.
Why can't we operate just like the weekday instead of call the outside company? Oh, yes, it's on.
Okay, sorry.
Why can't we do same thing as the weekday
That
instead of
would-
contract outside company?
So the question is, could we have city staff do trash collection on the weekday?
Yes.
On the weekends, you mean?
Right.
We could look at, if directed by the council, to look at schedules. That may be a meet and confer item, and report back on what that could look like.
The way I'm looking at weekends, most busy time people go to the park rather than Monday through Friday. and that's the day really needs to clean up. And just happened the last Sunday at the Heritage Park. It was really a mess. I have the pictures here even. So that's why I just wish this can be readjusted a little bit on that matter.
So you want to consider then having our staff do
I'll
it?
have to do it.
Okay. How about you, Mayor Pro Tem?
What's the current schedule? Is it Sundays and Saturdays? What is it? What are we going from?
I'll defer to Chris Kubert.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. Currently, staff works Monday through Friday emptying trash at the parks. On the weekends, there is a contractor that collects trash Saturday and Sunday.
I see. So this is just about the contractor going from Saturday, Sunday to Sundays only. So the contract is what, 72,000?
For that service, it would cut it in half. Yeah, correct. These were cuts identified by staff as ways of helping with the deficit.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, and so how does that work? So say there's a lot of picnics, at a park, at all the parks, and so all the trash bins are they're filled. Would they collect it on Sunday morning, or wait until Sunday? And there's a lot of picnic goers on a Sunday, and there's no trash bins that are empty to use.
We could work with them on the schedule, but yes, if we are reducing trash collection, there would be a higher likelihood of trash being piled up at some point in time until the collection occurs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, say if they empty it Saturday morning, and then same thing with Sunday, then it's if they were to empty it Sunday morning, and then it gets filled all day Sunday, and then Monday it's back up to the city staff, right?
Correct.
Maybe that would be less of an impact, but say if they waited until the end of the day Sunday, then that's a lot of trash. It's really 2 days of backed up trash.
Yeah, we would work with them. If we're reducing the frequency, we would work with them on the ideal time they could come that would have the biggest impact.
Okay. Is that trash collection service Athens, or is it some other?
No, we have a different contractor for that.
No, I'll have to defer. Oh, it's Easter Day.
And why aren't we using city staff for the weekends?
The city staff currently, the parks maintenance staff is currently scheduled only on the weekdays. And for the task for coming for just part of the day for just that particular purpose, in other words, they're not doing mowing, they're not doing the other landscape maintenance. It was cost effective to have a contractor do it for the additional time beyond the weekday hours.
When did that happen? And did it go through meet and confer?
I know a little bit of history on that item. My understanding was it happened probably within the past 10 years or so. The issue was our park staff were observing that there were a lot of picnics happening at our community centers. And so the trash cans would fill, and people, they have to pay when they have a reservation. And there's an expectation, of course, that the city's going to take care of things.
Absolutely.
And have everything tidy. And so in recognition of that, there was effort made to contract for the trash collection service and worked with Public Works Department. And there's one of the custodial companies, Easter Day, has been providing the service. They could do it a little more economically than some of the other providers. And so this was something that just came up in response to a need that was recognized in terms of wanting to have nice maintenance at the parks and make sure that the families using the picnic shelters would have a clean area for their gatherings.
Okay, so it was in response to a need, and prior to that, city staff wasn't collecting trash on Saturdays and Sundays?
Correct. And basically, the trash would just wait until Monday. And that just wasn't sufficient.
Have we put some thought to getting rid of that contract and making it available to city staff who could do it? I mean, would it be more cost effective, or is that not the case? Or have we even looked into it?
In the short term, if city staff were assigned to do that, we would pay overtime since it's outside of the regular schedule. So that is an option. And if there's interest, as was mentioned by Councilmember Tse, of changing staff schedules, that would be more involved and would likely require a meet and confer. So we have explored that, but the contractor doing the work, the additional work that was not previously done, the contractor doing it, I think, was probably more economical, but we can study that further if directed.
And that contract, when is it up? And could we renegotiate it?
I believe it is open to being renegotiated at any time.
Or even put it out to bid? Get the lowest and most responsible bidder to realize more savings. Just a thought. I'm open to exploring the idea, but those are my thoughts. And if staff has some interest in exploring those options to get us to realizing the savings. I mean, 36,000 is a small amount in the big scheme of things, but I'm just going through this process of asking the questions. What can we do with our current city employees? Are there some redundancies? Can we renegotiate some contracts that were executed maybe more than a decade ago in order to realize some savings here for the residents? Thank you.
Jennifer Hong?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have an idea, but I don't know if that will work or not. I was thinking maybe we can put this, ask the Boy Scouts, the Scouts to help. This could be their mission, Since I've seen we have a lot of Scouts, Boy Scouts, and this would be a great mission. I talked to one of the parents, and he's saying that yes, this could be their mission. So they could get a credit for that, and then also save the city money. So maybe we can approach them, and that would resolve the problem, and we can save whatever money we can save.
That's a great idea. Maybe perhaps then you have the Boy Scout leader reach out to city staff.
Okay, I'll do that. I have the person contact you directly.
Can I add on to that?
Sure.
Along the freeways, we have these adopt the highway. Why can't we adopt the park and have certain civic organizations adopt it? And I don't know what the incentive might be. Ability to use the park facilities for their regular meetings. So there's kind of some ownership.
But there's a safety issue that we have to consider because we were talking about the needle exposure there. The people have to be trained how to pick up the trash. That's a part of the thing we need to look into it. Because on the freeway highway adopted, we work with the Caltrans people. They provide all the equipment for us because I volunteer for Pioneer area. So including the other things on the freeways, highway, you have to be careful. They even have to block the exit or entrance there for us. But when you have a Boy Scout to help him, was a good idea, really good idea. But we have to make sure it's a safety issue applied to the children, and it has to be somebody in charge of that.
So let's look into that and see. Councilmember Yokoyama?
Nothing to add.
All right. Okay, I like the ideas of looking into our staff, perhaps adjusting schedules. So perhaps we come back with something and what that would look like, if it's a meet and confer. I'd like to look into the Adopt a Park program, if not for the trash picking. I just want to know what the idea of Adopt a Park means. And yeah, I don't, something like that. That sounds good. Thank you for the ideas. All right, suspension of planned vehicle replacement, 150,000. Any thoughts on that, council colleagues? I'll start with Councilmember Yokoyama. I'll start with Councilmember Hong. Any thoughts?
I think we still need that. Maybe we just have to prolong the timing instead. I don't know how often we plan the vehicle replacement. If it's 1 year, we can expand it to 2 years. That way we can cut back half of the cost or whatever.
I think this one is just for the year, and certainly if you want to extend it another year, we would do that again next year. We're not looking to cut it, we're just looking to suspend it, so.
Yes, that's what
Okay,
Mhm.
we can suspend it for now, and
Basically, we're going to make these very old trucks last one more year.
there you go. Any thoughts on that? Anybody else want to chime in? Okay. Support to suspend? Okay. All right. This one's could be a hot topic sometimes. Suspension of the city calendar. I wanted to know, is there a way to make the calendar cheaper and only make us, how many do we produce?
I'll defer to members of our team who can give you more detail, but one thing I'll add is say first is that we have made efforts starting with last year's budget adoption to go to more digital resources. So we no longer produce a printed newsletter. We have a digital newsletter that goes every 2 weeks. Our community services program, the list of classes, is now produced digitally, as well as activities and programs at the library and senior center. So we are making efforts there, and that's been in place now for about a year. The calendar is beautiful, but it is costly. But we have
I'm just
details.
curious, how many do we produce a year?
I will need to, good evening, Mayor. Thank you for the question. I'll need to get back to you on the exact number, but it's over 15,000. We produce one for every household.
It is, okay.
In terms of ways that we could reduce the cost of this, it is expensive to have it delivered to homes. We could look at doing this through the Postal Service. We could look at cheaper printing options there.
Yeah, perhaps cheaper printing options and really reduce the number of copies we make. Not, and it's for pickup only. You
So
got to pick it up at the facilities.
If I could actually ask Annie Hilton, who's
Yes,
got some
Annie.
experience in there, to add maybe some
Oh.
additional detail.
Thank you. We print enough calendars to have them delivered to every home and every business in the city. And then we also print some extra, typically, this is just from years ago, that we would have for VIP packages and for special visitors. So I want to say the quantity printed was over 18,000. And in terms of economizing, we have through the years definitely economized. The paper that we use is not as premier as we used to
I noticed.
use. And we also have gone with fewer colors in terms of we used to use custom spot colors, and now it's all done through the 4-color process. And so to economize even further, you would probably have to look at an even more degraded paper product, which is tricky when you are running that much ink. And then in terms of the delivery costs, it's been a few years, but we did look at the cost for mailing versus door-to-door delivery, and it actually was slightly more economical for the door-to-door delivery. And the consistency through the years, it just depends on who is on that route, on the company that's doing the delivery, but the cost was quite similar for postage versus having it delivered door to door.
Any thoughts, Mayor Pro Tem?
So I'm in strong support of keeping it. Since I fought a soul battle almost every single budget cycle when I was first on the council. Yeah, and you know, I'm gonna be honest. This all came up. I mean, it's such a small amount, but it in all honesty, it came up right before I would become mayor.
It has a sense of civic pride.
Well, I guess the point I'm getting at is that it was really a non-issue, but they made it an issue, And then it kind of backfired because I campaigned on it. And then people wanted it back. And I'll tell you who wanted it back, the seniors.
Yeah.
And I'll
Already
tell
gotten
I'll tell you the
calls.
reason why.
Yeah.
Almost every single one of them said they use it to write their grandkids' birthdays,
Yes. Yes.
their doctor appointments, their medicine schedule. They would show it to me. And they didn't really have to show it to me because my mom does the same thing. And I didn't tell her, hey, Mom, why don't you use this for that purpose? It's just what they would do. And I'll be honest with you, we have all of those calendars over decades of living in Cerritos. And I'm gonna be honest, I was a history major, so I'm kind of into material history, especially our family's history. But when you flip through that, and I look at the things that my dad wrote, and he's gone. He's been gone for, 17 years. I'm just going to say it. For the seniors out there, I like your idea of making it only for pickup at the senior center and maybe cut it down to a 5,000 press run, and the first 4,000, to come and get it. And maybe even allot a certain amount for all the existing senior groups so that they could allot it to the people who are homebound, right?
Are you open to cutting the cost down to half, 50%, and see
when
when they come back and see what that would look like in terms
I'd like
of numbers?
to have staff
Come
look
back.
into it,
Okay.
make sure it pencils out that it's going to be a significant savings, but that we eliminate the delivery to all 15,500 households and the businesses. I think that's excessive. I'll concede that in the spirit of trying to find some savings. But to have it, I think it's important, especially for those who actually use it. Those who throw it out, that's a waste. That's a gift from us, and then people are, who knows if maybe, I don't know, I'm just guessing, like 8 to 10,000 are just thrown away. That is sad. So why don't we just cut it down to a reasonable amount for those who actually would like it? And maybe we ask the senior center staff to kind of survey their senior organizations to see how many of them actually would like it. We could get pre-orders. And I want to toss in another thing. That back cover, it's blank, or they just have the city logo. Why don't we sell space, to
That's what I
Dotto
was saying.
Square?
I was just gonna say.
We sell,
Yes. Like the church bulletin.
yeah, like Al Reyes is a sponsor for the CCPA. There's some people in town who would sponsor
Absolutely.
that. Heck, I'd sponsor it.
Yes.
I got to ask my wife though, but anyways, you get the sense, right? That I think if we just ask, Macerich, hey, Macerich, you want to kick in on this, and you'll get like a certain amount for all of your, I don't know, all the businesses at the mall, right? Since they own the mall, right? And then the Auto Square, Cerritos Auto Square Dealers Association, they meet monthly, ask them, hey, can you guys kick in, 10 G's?
Yeah.
And it might pay for itself. Who knows? It might even be revenue generating.
Awesome. I like the idea.
So just another
Anyone
thought.
else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I love the calendar. I only use our city calendar. I don't use others. But I just like our mayor pro just mentioned about they can turn around to make a revenue in. The last couple of pages, we have a dentist's office. We had all different area. We put a number in there. And one of the things I regretted, one of the baker I went to, and I say, how come I don't have your number in our city? Because I could have used it, because I went to buy the bread just by accidentally to make a fresh bread. And it was so delicious, but I don't have a number in the calendar. So I think we can do that and make more revenue from there. And I'm just counting it. If $200 per store, if we adding a 60, that's a $12,000 right there already. The revenue comes in. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. I actually, Mayor Protem, you're not alone. Actually, when we stopped printing that, I think it's $70,000, we started printing the local newspaper. A lot of residents, seniors called me and kind of very upset about that, you know. And I said, oh, sorry, because we need to cut it back. But this one, what I like is, first of all, he has all the pictures of our cities. And secondly, we have all the dates, the important dates for all the meetings, major meetings and major events. And thirdly, it was very nice printed out because people can know our city. And in the back, they have all the important information, the phone number of our services and our community organizations. I think it would be very beneficial to a lot of people. But if it's going to cost us that much, I would totally support Mayor Protem's idea. Maybe we can cut it back. And secondly, we can also have the business person, they can contribute in putting advertisement page. Of course, those pictures probably have to go through CD's approval. Because when I join other organizations, when we print out the catalog or whatever, we actually make money from printings because you want the front page or you want the back page, it will cost you $5,000 or $10,000 because it's an advertisement for them as well, you know. And I know we do have a lot of big corporations in our city, and if each year we can rotate and also advertise for their business, that would be a win-win for both of us. Just my thought. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so I'm really enjoying the conversations we're having about this, but I realize also we are getting late into the evening, and I really want to get through this list. So I'm going to ask that we move a little bit more expeditiously and just make quick comments unless it's something where you have strong feelings. And if there's any questions you may have about it, like I said, these are not formal votes. If you have questions on it, certainly reach out to the city manager and he can explain more in detail. But I do want to be mindful of staff that's here tonight, and I'd like to get through this list. So how about the cancellation of cable TV and community centers? Any thoughts on that? Any strong opinions on that? Absolute no, absolute yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm open to it.
Okay. So we'll put that as suspend for now. Anybody else? Okay, you can talk to.
Yeah.
You can.
I'll talk to you about that.
Yes.
So I'm open. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
And just to be clear, this is at the TVs in the gyms at the community centers. This is for those, primarily for those areas.
For senior citizen area or senior area or no?
It would include senior center, but also the gyms. We pay for cable subscription for each of those facilities. Currently, a lot of people now use their phones for.
Yeah, they use a phone anyway. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right. Reduction in training and meeting expenditures. I just want to say thank you to all our department heads. I know you had to make those hard cuts for training for your staff. I am a firm believer in conferences and training. I'm sorry that we have to temporarily, I'm hoping it's temporary, to cut this because I believe in educating ourselves and learning best practices. So what does this council feel that the expenditures on training and conferences be reduced by 50%? I'm hoping really until we get revenue flowing into the city, I'm hoping that this is just going to be a temporary reduction.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Is it a temporary reduction? It just says reduction.
Reduction. Well, I mean, this is all temporary unless we get more funding, right? All these things.
I'm open to it.
Okay. A reduction in housing compliance studies. If you have more questions what that means, please check with Robert. Reduction in code enforcement related legal services. Again, check with Robert. Reduction in code enforcement supplies. Okay, that's 2.149 million. We'll come back with staff, see what new numbers come back. I do want to make a suggestion. If we're asking our departments to cut, we're asking everybody to cut, we as a council need to be responsible as well. We need to cut our travel by 50%, just
I
like
concur.
I'm not done. I'm not done, girl.
Yes.
So we need to cut our travel by 50%. We need to set an example.
We're all
I
on the
mean,
same boat.
yes. Recently I instituted a mayor's legislative luncheon. We convened for the first time, myself, mayor, and mayor pro tem, where we had met with representatives from the federal, state, and county levels to strengthen our partnership and communicate the needs of the city. We're looking to meet with our legislators in their field offices rather than traveling to Sacramento or to Washington, D.C. So this is a firm cut that I'm asking my council colleagues to make. I mean, you can't ask for a tax measure. You can't ask for anything if we're not showing we're cutting. That's on, I don't know, I made my own chart. I made my
I
own
agree
chart.
with you because we should be all on the same boat.
And to further that, to set an example, it is policy for our employees to receive cash in lieu of. It's policy. It's a benefit offered to our employees. I'm not asking to cut that. I can't even do that. That's part of policy. However, it does not take council action for any one of us to suspend our voluntary cash in lieu of. So I plan to go to HR to tell them to cancel my cash in lieu of. I'm hoping you all would consider the same. I'm not asking you to, but ask yourselves, what are you doing by setting example? So that's something we need to do. Suspend our cash in lieu of for those that want to. So please come back with a budget that reduces our, and see what that looks like. Community programming. Okay, this is a contentious issue. So 20% from the CCPA. I just want to know, was it recommended 20% from all other departments?
I worked with every department head individually to come up with recommended reductions. This is programming line item in the theater budget is a large one, and so it was my request to consider reducing that. There's still a significant sum that can be used for presentation of programs. We have, as you're aware, a season opener, John Legend, which is already producing a significant amount of revenue for the city. So with the reduction in programming, it does reduce the number of city-presented shows, but it provides also an opportunity for additional rental opportunities, whether in the theater and other parts of the venue.
Okay. So I just want to share my thoughts on that, and I will ask my colleagues as well. Why would we reduce the only department that is an economic driver for the city? And I will call it an economic driver because that is the definition of an economic driver, is anything that creates, stimulates, or significantly contributes to economic activity. And for those that want the data on that, we will have it soon, because we have already been saying there's an economic impact study being done, and we'll have that report this year. So the CCPA operates under past and current policies. They have received direction over and over again from this council to bringing the CCPA to the forefront on marketing, on programming, and to establish a nonprofit to expand private funding sources such as grants, donations, sponsorships, because we have always been focused on income from the CCPA. So in the past, it was an executive director that was handling the Friends of the, what were they friends of? Friends of the theater. What's their name?
Friends of Arts Education.
The last iteration was Friends of Arts Education.
Arts Education, thank you. So yes, he did do the donations and all of that, but you know, you're only limited to getting a certain amount of donations because you need an actual 501c3 to get those corporate donations. We can't get that. We can't get that now because we don't have a donor development program. But that donor development person is on the list. Is on the list of being onboarded. So you can't have the executive director onboarding like all these donors. That just doesn't happen. Check with Thousand Oaks. They have 3 people that do this full time. So ever since I've been on council, we always talk about trying to grow CCPA, and we have. We have explained it in the report from the last council meeting, and here we are wanting to cut 20%. That is not saving money. In fact, it is damaging the image and reputation of the CCPA. It would be very difficult to ask donors to contribute when we don't have an arts and education program for our kids. As you all know, when donors give, and I should know this because this is the criteria that we meet at the county level, you have to fulfill a certain mission. So if they're donating to the CCPA and there is no arts and education program, what incentive is it for them to donate? There won't be any. So in addition, the CCPA has been in the media more now than ever. Local news outlets, regional entertainment press, industry publications. Residents may not know this because they probably don't receive information on industry publications. But you know who does? Talent agents. The council gets the news packets as well. At least every day, the CCPA is being written about. Talent agents are seeing that CCPA is the place to be. A year ago, John Legend would not have come here because he didn't know about the CCPA. He didn't know about Cerritos. But here he is now, our season opener for August. The show is sold out and tickets were going for $600. When Bill Burr had a show here at CCPA, he bought out the theater. This does not come by chance. We have building the reputation, and now to cut it by 20% is like telling the world, yes, come here, book your show, but we're not, we're going to cut our programming. So I know that there's also been discussion about contracting. I just happened to talk to a community leader in Irvine. They're developing a new cultural center and they were going to contract it out, then found out that they will lose program control, so they backed out of it completely. If we do that, we will regret it. We will regret it and there's no coming back to it. That's why we need to be very careful what we ask for. And we need to be strategic. We need to be patient. I realize residents have been voicing their concerns over the years about the growth of the CCPA. But you got to look back just in the most recent years, in the last 3.5 years, and see the changes. Those changes we reported out in the last meeting. So to cut it now is very risky. It affects our restaurants and our visitors to our city. And not only that, our breaking contracts is not a good look on the CCPA. It weakens future program planning. So instead of cutting, we should be looking at ways to use the facility outside of theater shows. Like the World Cup and Olympics are coming. Downey has a Jumbotron where people are going to watch the World Cup in their parking lot at Stonewood Center, and they're sold out. And there's not even any seats there. So if we have an indoor theater with comfortable seats where we could live stream events, that would give opportunity for revenue. So I think we just need to look more in revenue generating than cutting. I know that's not what people want to hear, but we need to wait for that economic impact study to be completed before we even consider the 20%. Because like I said, you cancel the show, it ain't coming back. You can't call Jeff and say, bring back John Legend. That's not going to happen. So very passionate about this. Just want to hear my thoughts on my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree that we have to look at revenue generation. We can't just look at the expense side and say everything is the same. So the CCPA cannot be looked at in a bubble because the CCPA brings attention to the city, and then people come to the city for the CCPA. They stay in the hotel, they dine, they shop, they become familiar with Cerritos, and then they come back to Cerritos to dine and shop, regardless of a show at the CCPA. They like Cerritos. They see how it's accessible and easy to get to. It's freeway accessible. So that same revenue generation, on what does it bring to the city? It's the same thing with conferences that the city council goes to. I don't know how come I have to keep talking about it. It's so frustrating that just from in-person meetings with our Congress members, not staff, not district staff, not Capitol staff, I'm talking about the actual Congress member, from those meetings, just in the last 4 years, we've gotten $8,150,000 in federal funding for our city. And just from our Congress member, Derek Tran, who represents multiple cities, numerous cities, we got from our Congress member, Derek Tran, he's only been on the job a little over a year, and we got $3,150,000 in federal funding from Congressmember Derek Tran after in-person meetings with him in Washington, D.C. And it has been confirmed, out of all of Congressman Derek Tran's cities, we got the most. Some of the cities got 6 figures. Some of the cities got low 6 figures. Cerritos got $3,150,000. We got the most. And we want to risk not being at the front of the line like that, or being even in line with all those other cities of our Congress member who goes to Washington, D.C. and meets with him in his Washington, D.C. office with his chief of staff or with his staff. That's revenue generating. It's not an expense. It's called an investment in the city to get millions of dollars from the decision maker, from the top guy, whether it's Derek Tran or Janice Hahn or Sharon Quirk Silva or Tony Strickland. So recently, last month, I went to Sacramento, and I had an in-person meeting with Tony Strickland, our state senator, in his Sacramento office, with his legislative person, Lauren. And I was able to ask Tony Strickland face-to-face for funding for public safety in Cerritos, for Proposition 36 funding for Cerritos, to continue to keep Cerritos safe, Captain Drew Strong, Proposition 36 funding from Tony Strickland. And I also asked him for funding for our parks, because I reminded him that that's a need that the state senator's office in the past has given to other cities like Artesia. So we have to keep, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I have to keep reminding State Senator Tony Strickland, how about money for our Cerritos parks? And lastly, I talked to him about billboards, because Tony Strickland, his office is familiar with billboards and billboard legislation and billboard advocacy. And because of my asking him and Lauren about the potential for revenue generation from billboards for the city of Cerritos, the city manager's office is scheduling an appointment with Tony Strickland's office to follow up on that. So just like the CCPA is not an expense, it is a city jewel. It's a jewel of the city that provides revenue beyond the facility itself. It provides transient occupancy tax, it provides sales tax, revenue generation in the restaurants, like all the ones in the town center, but really people coming to the CCPA, they go to restaurants throughout our city, including the Los Cerritos Center. Why do you think our Cheesecake Factory is always crowded? And our all of our restaurants at the Cerritos, the Los Cerritos Center are crowded on the nights of a CCPA show, because they're not just going to the town center, they're also going to the Los Cerritos Center. Right, Jeff? So I hope my council colleagues will look at revenue generation and understand that we have a responsibility to represent our city and to get not just hundreds of thousands of dollars for our city, but millions of dollars for our city from the legislators at the county, state, and federal level who represent our Cerritos residents. And if we don't get that money, the other cities who show up and ask for that money are going to get that money. And next year, I hope again, Cerritos gets the most money out of Congressman Derek Trans-Cities, just like we did this year, $3,150,000. And I hope we get money from State Senator Tony Strickland for Proposition 36 funding for that unfunded mandate where the state told us what to do without giving us the money for it. And Tony Strickland hopefully will rectify that for his cities and get us that funding so that we can implement Proposition 36 and make Cerritos a safer city. We got over $1 million in Proposition 8 funding from Janice Hahn from the County of Los Angeles. So those are the things that happen when Cerritos council members are advocating to our elected leaders who represent Cerritos, just like the money we make when we invest in our CCPA, where the delta for the CCPA is not even half of the delta for the library. So I don't know why we're looking at cutting the CCPA 20% when the CCPA is a revenue generator. And the biggest delta, the bigger delta is the library. So where's the 20% cut for the library? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the community programming section, page 3, 4, and 5 on the worksheet, it totals $1,195,000 in proposed cuts. So I'm leaning towards supporting most of these, with the exception of Veterans Day, MLK Day, Memorial Day, the 4th of July, and I mentioned earlier the LEAD Cerritos program.
I'm sorry, Veterans Day, MLK Day, Memorial Day. Anything else?
4th of July.
Well, 4th of July.
And LEAD.
And LEAD.
Okay, so if you take those out, because I'm going to spare us of talking about why. I hope it's self-evident. But if you want to take the time, I'll do that. But I'm open to the others. Ube Fest, Water Lantern Festival, 5K Run Walk, Santa Sleigh Day, Festival of Friendship, Spring Fling, except maybe we bring it back on the 75th anniversary, right? So potential suspension of it through the end of the fiscal year 29-30 and bring it back for the fiscal year 30-31 when it's the city's 75th anniversary. Cut the Halloween Festival, Air Disaster Remembrance, except when we do it on the 5th, every 5 years, right? We do it every 5 years.
This year is one of those 5-year increment anniversaries.
Okay, well then not then add in the Air Disaster Remembrance into excluding it from me being open to these ideas, right? Patriot Day, Christmas tree lighting, Thursday summer concerts, Tuesday family showcase, Cerritos resident talent showcase, reduction in economic development community programming, citywide pride, and reduction in books and library materials, totaling $346,000, which is 29% of the proposed 1.195 million in cuts, proposed cuts. That's what I'm open to.
Are you open to, regarding Veterans Day,
Keep it,
Memorial Day,
keep it.
and there's one more, hold on.
MLK,
Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and, I'm sorry, the Patriot, are you open to scaling it back with a wreath laying like we're doing in May for Memorial Day? We
Is this-
certainly will
is
honor.
the 17,000 that's proposed cut, is that how much it costs for the way it's been?
Correct. That reduction yes, it's a reduction from the way it's been, the way it's been includes preparing stage, audio visual, a lot of support staff involved in the production. What has been planned this year, later this month for Memorial Day, is a simple wreath laying ceremony, one microphone, very much simpler setup, with fewer staff present.
Okay, that's for this year, that's what's being
For now.
Implemented now, and respect to the mayor who wanted to do that. But we're talking about this is for this coming.
26, 27.
Correct.
So this would be
Next year.
Memorial Day 2027. I'd like to preserve it. And you know, I'm open to 346,000 in cuts. But I you know, unless you want to hear my narrative, my argumentation why Veterans Day, Memorial Day, MLK, Lee program, I'll give you the preview. It took a struggle to get that Veterans Memorial built, and it unified the veterans in this community. And Cerritos has two heritages. Let's be honest, dairy heritage and military heritage. There's a lot of people who fought World War II, Korea, Vietnam, wanted to find a place where they could raise their families. And then when they had an opportunity to recognize veterans, both who paid the ultimate sacrifice on Memorial Day and those every year active duty, veterans for Veterans Day on November 11th every year at 11 o'clock in the morning. That was what they wanted to do, so that future generations would know their local heritage, and in terms of its service to this nation. So yeah, I'm going to draw a line there for Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and for that matter, 4th of July. All of these help us celebrate.
Would you be open to a 4th of July to scale back, like no rides?
I would have to wait for the next budget study session,
Okay.
and I would really like to have staff present something that convinces me. But frankly, as far as I'm concerned, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, and I'm adding in the MLK Day ceremony because that also took an unnecessarily long struggle for this city to do right by Dr. King's memory.
Yeah, and I agree with you
And
on
it's one of the
that.
most beautiful, underattended events. I would love to see that moved from the Sierra Room into the big theater
Yes.
It was.
on an ongoing basis.
Yes. Yes, no, I agree with that. We're the only city that does put on an MLK ceremony, and it's,
And that
again, that's-
15K, is that reflective of it inside the theater, or is that just the Sierra Room?
The cost savings, I believe, included the theater production.
Right on.
yes.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be honest with you, it should remain there forevermore, because for so many years it was at the edge of the parking lot.
Yeah.
And people noticed that. They noticed that it wasn't inside the building. I think we moved it in to the Skyline Room one time because of inclement weather, and then ultimately got moved to the Sierra Room rightfully so. But why bring it into the CCPA, but just having it, in the conference space? Why not in the theater, fully fitting of Dr. King's legacy? So yeah, I'm going to stop there. But at least I'm letting the community know that I'm open to making those cuts that they so much want us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I also want to talk about the suspension of Water Lantern Festival and Ube Fest sponsorship. So, I'm kind of dismayed by some residents who've been very vocal about our city sponsoring Ube Fest. I don't hear the same thing about Lantern Festival or Martin Luther King celebration. I don't think they realize in a 2-day period, Ube Fest brought in 100,000 people, and Cerritos was a destination attraction. But it's just mind-boggling that they don't support Ube Fest. But with that, nobody complains about Water Lantern Festival. So I am, if there's such a backlash for Ube Fest, I'm open to reducing sponsorship for that. However, I also would support a Lantern Festival, but to maybe reduce the costs and instead try to get sponsorships for this event. So that's what I'm open to. Suspension of the 5K run. I think maybe 5K could be combined. So, okay, here's my thoughts. We have to reimagine Spring Fling. Unfortunately, Spring Fling has like the kids and the talent show, and then after they're gone, it's empty. Empty for like 3 hours until the fireworks comes. So that's got to be reimagined. I'd like staff to come back with a day event. I think we cut the fireworks because that's obviously a cost. So make it a day event. And then we start with a 5K run there. And then make the day event maybe at the CCPA parking lot, like we do with Ube Fest. So you have vendors, we charge the vendors money to rent the booths out. I think I talked to Robert, see what international festival is done in Artesia. They make a lot of money off of that by renting out the booths. We rent out the booths, the food markets, the vendor markets over at Spring Fling, put it at the CCPA, start with a 5K there. So those are some of my thoughts. Even Festival of Friendship, I say we combine the talent show into the Festival of Friendship, so we eliminate the talent show. I don't know about Halloween Festival, that's a lot of money. And to be honest, it's not all participants are Cerritos residents. I think we scale it way back and maybe bring it back to the park again where there's games and a parade. So that's something to think about. Patriot Day, certainly just a wreath. Air disaster, that's just a wreath. I don't know why it's 5,000 and 2,000. That's a lot for a wreath. Tree lighting, perhaps we scale it back, but I don't think we should suspend tree lighting. Thursday summer concerts, I believe, have already been suspended, but if there's a way to bring back maybe 2 shows, something for the residents to go to, as well as Tuesday Family Night Showcase, maybe scale that back. I don't know, those are my thoughts. Okay, those are my thoughts. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Hong.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, first of all, CCPA, I know CCPA is also a quality of life, which is important. But I want to see the numbers. Okay, I want to see the consultants' study numbers to come out. And secondly, we're already almost end of the year, so we probably have some ideas how we are doing with the CCPA for this year. Is it right? Are we going to have that report by end of June or at beginning of July?
We are, I'm going to defer to our team for additional detail, but we are in a phase of the study where there's a lot of data collection happening. So I believe the estimated time frame is later in the year. I want to say fall, but do you have an update, Jeff?
Yes, that's correct. It'll probably be closer to fall by the time it's complete. As city manager said, they're doing data collection and interviews at the moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll wait for that. But I think I like the proposal that the city manager was just talking about, cutting 20% for those that, at least those programs that we're not selling all the tickets. We can use the revenue and we can rent it out and generate some incomes for our city. So I'm yes with that reductions. And the rest of the events, I know I love it, and I know all the residents wants it, but during this difficult moment, I would suggest to just keep the Veterans Day ceremony and cut it back a smaller scale, and also the Memorial Day ceremony. Of course, we're gonna cut it back to a smaller scale, and 4th of July, we don't need the fireworks and concert, but I still think we need to celebrate 4th of July because that's for the whole cities. That's all I want to have. Thank you.
Okay, do you have comments?
Yeah.
Before you do your comments, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Beautiful.
we're gonna take a quick break, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. What kind of snack you got there, Jeff? All righty, we're back.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have just a suggestion in the interest of time. Could we continue page 6, 7, and 8, the proposed cuts, to the next budget study session? But just handle public safety, since there were so many comments already made about that. I'd like to state my interest in preserving Sky Night.
Absolutely, that's a great idea. Let's go ahead and defer or postpone discussion on facility closures,
Public infrastructure maintenance.
public infrastructure maintenance and landscaping,
That's it.
and
Vote on that.
only entertain discussion on the public safety, which is just the Sky Night discussion.
Mayor, before we go there, my quick comment on community programming is I do not want to cut CCPA.
Okay,
And I want to remind you of something, Mayor. There are ignorant, hateful people that complained about us having a Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony. So there were people that complained about Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony, just like people complaining about Ube Fest. They're ignorant, they're hateful, they're racist. And they complained about Ube Fest in September and October and December when the city wasn't even spending money on it. The city was not spending money on Ube Fest in September, October, and December of 2025. The city was making money. The Ube Fest vendor was paying the city of Cerritos to rent the space to have Ube Fest market. And not residents, hateful, ignorant people complained that the city of Cerritos was collecting rent revenue from the Ube Fest vendor to have Ube Fest market in Cerritos on the weekends, where those who chose to come and shop and dine and eat came. So you're never going to make everybody happy, Mayor. There's people that are going to just complain, just like they complain about the city of Cerritos having a sister city in the Philippines when it is the fourth sister city. We have 4 sister cities in Cerritos, but people want to complain about the one in the Philippines. And lastly, on this list of community programming, I would guess, maybe I'm wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong, Annie, but I think the second most attended community programming event is Ube Fest. Ube Fest last month had 100,000 people. 100,000 people come. That weekend we had Ube Fest outside of the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Do we have 100,000 people come to Let Freedom Ring, Annie?
The estimated attendance last year was 14,000 people.
For Let Freedom Ring?
Yes.
So actually, Ube Fest Cerritos is the most well-attended event on this list of community programming, because the estimated attendance at Ube Fest last month was 100,000. Is that right, Mayor?
Correct.
Yeah. So out of all of these community programming events, probably the lowest cost per person is probably Ube Fest, considering we had 100,000 people there. I saw you there, Jennifer, and you, Mark. It was packed. Yeah. And on top of that, all of those prom attendees who also were there for the prom at the CCPA made it extra crowded. But that's what happens with our CCPA, having Ube Fest, having proms, having successful events that are revenue generators. So those are my thoughts on community programming. I do not want to cut CCPA.
Thank you, council member. And okay, we will.
Can I say something, Mayor?
Yes.
The CCPA present program by 20%, including, we're talking about arts education program. The arts education is not really, this budget actually, it was sponsored by our county supervisor, Mrs. Hong, am I right? So it's not from here.
Over the years, it was sponsored through the supervisor's office, but that funding went away last year. So to produce a free show with no revenue, it's a total cost to the city.
So you propose to cut that out?
That's included in this proposal, yes.
Okay. Instead of 20%, I like to work both sides. I would like to suggest it down to 10% and see how much we can save the money from there. And the Wooberfest, it is well attended. I mean, 10 million people, 10,000 people there. But I'm also concerned about the location.
100,000.
100,000. Thank you. But I think we are the local city. What we really need to be is serving to our local city. Of course, I'm happy the outside people come, but however, that also will take away some business around the local area because the location they are. And I don't know, have we done the study for that day? What's the business out there?
What
and
business
I do know
are you talking about?
The Wooberfest.
I know. What business are they impacting?
Local business, like those
who?
hamburger store, that Hawaiian restaurant, and the movie theaters, those places. Have we any focus on that day? What is the revenue they are making? Are they losing or they still maintain the same? All this community program, I think we need to change our thought. We need to look into say which one can bring the revenue. How do we make it even? I'm not asking make revenue, but at least we can make even from there. I like the mayor just mentioned about this Water Lantern Festival. We do need to look at sponsorship, and same thing with the Wooberfest. If we want to have those, we must have a sponsorship instead of cost the city more on that. 5K run, I support that because this is a community get together. Halloween festival. I don't know why it costs $42,000. It's a safety issue to me, to the residents, especially for children. After we have a Halloween festival, a lot of the residents door to door has been cut off a lot. That's some safety issue behind that, which is I like it. And for children get together and involved with the games in there. For community service, I like to support that. I do like the Veteran Day ceremony, and I do like Christmas tree lighting ceremony. It's like traditional for people get together. That day, I never forget. That was my first time attending a Christmas lighting ceremony. I witnessed how our mayor Yakuyama lighting that. I was so excited, and the kids was screaming, and that was opened my eyes. How come I never attending that? So I like to support that, but we need to cut some costs in there. I do support Martin Luther King ceremony, and I support memorial ceremony. And then summer concert, I support our mayor. I mentioned about maybe just cut down the time. 2 times maybe it's good enough for us if we can. Talent show, I'm not. And lead, I support that. And that's about it. If your staff can work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we're ready, we'll move on to our last item for this evening because we will postpone the remaining suggestions, recommendations. We'll go with Sky Night. And this one I'd actually like for us to have a firm vote on with the motion.
I move to keep Sky Night.
I second that. The comment I'd like to make about that is I spoke about Sky Night with Captain Drew Strong and Public Safety Manager Ryan Carey, who are experts in keeping Cerritos safe, and they know the context of everything that we're doing together. It's all interrelated. It's all interwoven on this net of safety for Cerritos. And Sky Night, even though the city of Cerritos has drones, and even though there is an air resource available from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department called Aero Bureau. In talking with Captain Drew Strong and Ryan Carey, Sky Night is not duplicative. It is not redundant. Sky Night adds an extra level of safety to our city, specifically to residents and deputies on the ground fighting crime, dealing with crime. So since Sky Night is not duplicative, it is not redundant, it is an additional layer of safety in the air that is a different type of safety from drones and a different type of safety from Aero Bureau. I want to keep Sky Night.
Okay, any other comments? If there are no other comments?
Let me see.
Go ahead.
Thank you. On this subject, I would totally depending on our captain and Ryan's suggestion because they're the one helping us control and managing the safety issue. So I respect their opinions. If they think it's a need, then I will go for it.
Any other comments? I just want to share a scenario that happened with Sky Night. There was a robbery at Target on Bloomfield the other day or other week, and Sky Night was the first on the scene. It observed the suspect fleeing toward Don Kanabe Park. The crew maintained observation on the suspect while directing Cerritos deputies, the ground units, to the suspect's location, and ended up in his apprehension and eventual arrest. So his capture, the suspect's capture, actually prevented the suspect from jumping into your yard or your neighbor's yard. That's because Sky Night has a faster response time than Aero Bureau. Sky Night performs proactive patrolling. They give real updates to ground units even before they arrive on the scene. Drones are also a good thing to have, but I don't think it's a question of keeping either or. I think the drones can supplement, as our council member Yokoyama had said, because the issues with drones are they are less superior in vehicle pursuits. They have a smaller coverage area compared to Sky Night, and their payload they're not able. Their payload they have a less payload capability because of multiple cameras, spotlights, communication, and thermal imaging that the helicopter can provide. So if we're ready to vote, we have a motion and a second to support.
Mayor,
yes?
can I ask you something about the drone is, the minute we call for helicopter from county to here takes a while, but drone actually immediately from a local city. So in that case, drone has replaced, to me, it should be replace our Skylight helicopter. It's a faster too. So I do know a lot of cities starting taking away the Skylight helicopter now due to the drone has replaced this helicopter.
What cities are those?
I believe Lakewood, if I
Lakewood's
correctly.
taking away the.
I think they kind of
We are splitting Sky Night with Lakewood, and it's Sky Night.
Okay. Are we splitting with them? Are they still with it? Lakewood City?
Currently,
They
Sky
are.
Night is paid for by both Cerritos and Lakewood.
And do they have any plan to not go for it anymore? Have they discussed with us?
Lakewood has not expressed interest
never-
in suspending it.
Never said that.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion and a second to support and continue the service of Sky Night.
And the motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you, council colleagues, supporting public safety. And there is one other motion I'd like to entertain or ask my colleagues if they would like to entertain a motion in regards to the CCPA. I ask it now because if the recommendation is to recommend a 20% cutback, that needs to be said now. Or do they still continue to move on as it is already budgeted?
I make a motion to not cut CCPA at all.
We have a motion and a second. No reduction on CCPA programming by 20%.
By 0%.
I'm sorry, by 0%. Please correct my motion. 0. All right.
The motion passes on a vote of 3-2.
Thank you. All right, due to the lateness of the evening, we will wait to, so let's note this. We will continue the discussion on the remaining departments. I'd also like to discuss at the next meeting the community grant funding program. And also discuss any other items in this binder that this council would like to discuss.
If I may, Mayor, so there was a lot of discussion this evening. The two motions have been noted, and the budget will be updated to reflect those motions that were adopted. There were several comments made regarding other items on this list, and several opinions were expressed. It would be helpful at the appropriate time to have a firm motion, so staff has clear direction on any amendments that you would like us to make in the budget.
Oh.
Whether that's this evening or at the next budget study session, which is currently scheduled for June 8th.
Perhaps
so we can ensure those are adequately or properly reflected. And I'll just add the two items that were just removed from the cut list. That does reduce the surplus that was noted for the operating budget. It also expands the deficit that was noted for the overall line item. So it's one potential impact of any additional amendments. That's something for the consideration as well.
Okay. Yes, understood. And that is why we need to focus more on revenue, thinking outside of the box. If it's okay with this council, we will wait to sit on this, look at your list, sit on this, and then we'll come up with a plan whether we're going to suspend. We'll vote next time. Is that okay?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So regarding this city council voted 3-2 to not make cuts to the not to do the 20% reduction in the CCPA presented programming. Okay, that's a cut in the expenditure. Is that correct? We voted to not cut the 20% in expenditures. Is that right?
That's correct.
So by not cutting that, there's going to be additional shows that are now not cut, and then there's going to be revenue from that, right?
I'm going to defer to.
Is there going to be a revenue adjustment that's going to happen because we didn't cut 20%?
I believe
in expenditures.
I believe the 791 that was noted.
Because the CCPA is a revenue generator.
I'll defer to Jeff first to identify whether that number.
Unlike these other community programming events.
Yes, that is correct. That was a net number, including a reduction in revenue. So we would adjust the revenue numbers to match the projected expenditures as well.
And the amount is a net number? It's a delta?
I believe it was a net number.
Are you 100% certain, or can
I'm
you
going to
get?
defer to Drew just to make double sure, but I'm 99.9% sure.
The $791,000 that were calculated here reflects multiple different elements. One was a reduction in expenditures for programming. Another set was reduction in expenditures related to staff time, particularly part-time staff. The third element of expenditures that were reduced was for marketing costs. With that, there was also a reduction in revenues associated with direct ticket sales. However, there was also a $750,000 increase in projected theater revenues related to rentals. So my understanding of the action taken by council tonight is that we would reverse all of those changes, both in the expenditure and revenue categories.
Resulting in the stated delta. That's corresponding to the 20% reduction.
Yes, by this action, we would be
That's the
reversing.
net. That's the net delta.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing I think we also need to entertain, because it's also been such a debated topic, a heated topic in the community. We're making cuts, we're saving some things, but we have not looked at ourselves. So is there a motion then to cut council travel by 50%?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion, a first and a second?
Mayor, can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
When you cut the 50%, are we going back to assign each counselor have a certain amount?
You know, that's a good question. Maybe because for accounting purposes, then we all get 5,000 apiece. You use it how you want to use it. You want to travel to DC. You want to stay in Sacramento. I don't know. I think that's fair. Yeah. That way, we're not one person is using more than the other.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what happens when nobody goes to something, when somebody doesn't go to anything, like Naresh Solanki didn't go to anything, so that money was a waste? And it didn't go to the benefit of the city, and the city didn't have is not going to have representation. I just talked about it. I guess some people weren't listening. Derek Tran gave us $3,150,000 in federal funding. We got the most out of all the cities that he represents, and it's my position that because of FaceTime, that multiple council members, not just me, but multiple council members met with Derek Tran, that he knows that Cerritos needs help. He knows Cerritos needs federal funding. And that's why earlier this year, we got $3,150,000. And to take a risk in next year to not get $3,150,000 or to not get $5 million like the previous Congress member gave us, because we want to save thousands of dollars so that we don't get $3,150,000. It just doesn't make sense to me for revenue generation, just like we just voted for the CCPA. That's what's so confusing to me. We just voted to not cut the CCPA 20% because there's an understanding that the city of Cerritos is making money from investing in the CCPA. But now we don't want to invest money in the city council advocating for our city with our state legislator, our county legislator, and our federal legislator to give funding to the city of Cerritos? The first time we got federal funding, the $5 million and now the $3,150,000, the first time we got those monies was in these last 4 years when the city of Cerritos actively advocated to our Congress members. And now just in the last 4 years, we got $8,150,000. And before that, we got nothing. For the 70 years of our city of Cerritos incorporation, we only got federal funding in these last 4 years, $8,150,000.
So to answer that, council member, that is why we had this legislative lunch. We're hoping to meet the policymaker in their district office. We certainly are not trying to not have a relationship with the policymaker, but I think meeting them in the district office, or if you'd like, not all of us, all 5 of us need to go to DC for National League of Cities. That's a choice. That's a choice we're all going to make. So, and it's not every year we're going to get $5 million. So when the budget gets healthier, certainly we can all travel again. But I think for this, we need to set an example.
Madam Mayor, as a maker of the motion, I would like the 50% cut to the 50,000, right, to apply to all council, right? And because some travel less, I traveled the least this past year, and I'd like that savings to go to whoever can represent the city. Okay, as opposed to 10,000 each, because I think
5. It would be 5 if it's 50%.
Well, I know. I mean,
okay.
Currently it's 50,000, and rather than having just 10,000 allocated for each person, it's all 50,000 is made available to the council, whoever goes. And in my case, I think I only spent 3,000.
I have a list.
So I'd rather have that those unused travel funds be used by the council member or council members who are representing us as a whole, as opposed to what council member is saying. Am I correct that you're requesting that it be individual. I think should be made available for use by the council as a whole.
Okay. Certainly, we're going to have to.
And I have a question, Councilmember Yokoyama. Does that achieve the purpose of maximizing the available $25,000 for those who will use it best to advocate?
What we're discussing right here shows is giving an example of how we're nickel and diming our city of Cerritos and our residents. You're talking about $25,000 when we've gotten $8,150,000 in federal funding in the last 4 years, and we're talking about $25,000.
You know, but it's an example we're trying to set for the residents.
And then when
all our departments have taken a cut, we haven't.
But they're not the ones going to meet with our legislators.
And we can meet with our legislators in their district office. Okay, we have a motion on the floor with the amendment, the maker of the motion saying that we.
First, before we vote, because you made the recommendation and I said so move, can you please give an argumentation as to why you are suggesting 50% of a cut? Is that reflective of how much we've used?
It's reflective of what the cuts the departments have done for themselves. The departments have taken a 50% cut.
On their travel.
On their travel. And we need for them to go.
My question is, did they use 100% of it this past year? Did they use 100% of it this past year, Drew?
We would have to confirm and report back.
I know for us.
Okay, I withdraw my motion pending staff finding out that information, because I think that will be helpful to make a well-reasoned cut instead of just an arbitrary cut that's in alignment with staff.
Okay.
Because I think there's a difference between why staff travels and why council members travel. I think Councilmember Yokoyama made that point. I get your point, sir. Thank you.
I just want to point out, this council received their expense report, and we had 50,000 allotted, and we have exceeded that, and we are at 58,000.
Yes.
With some folks from ranging from $3,800 by one council member all the way to 20,000 by another council member. So if we are going to come back with a report, it's got to have a plan. Some cities only send 2 delegates. Some cities only send the delegate and the alternate. Some cities discuss it with the mayor and staff who's going, but there's got to be some kind of structure as to who goes to these and what happens to the excess monies if we go over it.
In the interest of time and for staff to factor this in, I pledge to not travel this coming fiscal year. Okay, and so if whatever cut makes most sense and that allows us to be present, to advocate per Councilmember Yokoyama's recommendation, then I hope what I'm offering up, because like I said, I was the least. I think you said 3,800. That's the actual number. 3,800 compared to others. There are clearly some folks who are committed to this, to representing us regionally, statewide, and nationally, and I believe that's very important. We all play different roles, okay?
Yes.
But I, for one, when I was first on the council, I famously, I let people know this, I only went to 2 conferences in 9 years. I went to Contract Cities in my first year and U.S. Conference of Mayors in my last year. And I got slammed for that, even though I paid for my family out of my own dime. So whether you're trying to do the right thing or not, you get slammed either way. But again, like Councilman Yokoyama said, you can't please everyone. But hopefully that this personal sacrifice enables more money, travel money to be freed up so that we could have the best representation at these important conferences, and specifically in lobbying to our state and federal legislators who, in an effort to bring home federal and state tax dollars. Thank you.
All righty. If there's nothing further, we'll move on to item 10, legislative items. City Manager?
We have no items to report this evening.
All right, thank you. And how about 11A?
No items this evening, ma'am.
Thank you. How about 11B? Do we have any council communications?
Time is now. I'm sorry.
Would you guys like to just defer it to the next meeting? Okay, that sounds good. All right, item 12, City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. We will now recess into closed session to discuss item 12A, 12B, conference with labor negotiators with respect to AFSCME, Local 619, and the full-time exempt, as well as 12C, two potential cases of potential litigation. Due to the lateness of the hour, we will provide a closed session report at the next meeting, as well as provide written summary of a closed session report to the city clerk for anybody who is requesting such report.
Oh, so we don't need to go into closed session?
No, we do, but
sorry.
For purposes of the Zoom meeting, we will not have to stay on because I don't know how long it will take.
Okay.
So that will be reported in writing and orally at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, and one last announcement. I'm pleased to invite the community to two city events in May. The Memorial Day wreath laying will be held at 10 a.m. on Monday, May 25th at the Veterans Memorial in the Civic Center. The gathering will honor members of the United States Armed Forces who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our nation. The Celebrate in Stride, Move with the Herd 5K Run and Walk will be held 8 a.m. on Saturday, May 30th. The event will honor the city's 70th anniversary and will be held at the Cerritos Sports Complex. Registration is taking place now. Special thanks to LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn and the Port of Long Beach for helping make this event possible. For more information about both events, they are available on the city's website. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.